And here's the first participant in the Carr family, the early years. You want to identify that, Janie?
What a beautiful baby girl on that beautiful wicker that's still in the family.
So is the girl. Julie, your first thoughts?
That beautiful baby is being held by her mother.
It's not an unusual circumstance. Another shot of the same baby, which I think we're going to be seeing over and over here for the next few minutes.
Here's Mom and Dad walking down the steps in the back of the house holding their brand new baby. In the background, you can see Brant Hoover's house. Hardly any trees or shrubs in between.
There's the new family house that my father had built for, I think, $1,200. Pretty nice structure for $1,200. We really couldn't get too much for that kind of money today.
You'll notice that the terrace and the back porch are not in yet. It's all dirt.
Quick jump to the unknowns there.
Now we have moved to Julianne in the front yard being held by Dottie Javes. This must have been Easter of 1940.
Notice the different color socks. Anything on this, Janie? Can you identify any furniture in the background?
Not out in the lawn. Later.
Now Julianne is being transferred to the arms of Uncle Bob. As you can tell, Dad wasn't too good yet with the camera. A lot of people don't have heads. And believe me, I cut a lot of this out that had a lot less head.
First little toy enters into the picture. Looks like a black lamb, a black sheep. Shades of things to come for the Carr family. Okay, that's Aunt Betty. She's oh, I'm sorry, strike that.
Big kiss for Aunt Dottie. That's who
That's Aunt Dot, the kissing aunt, we call her.
Now this is Agnes Carr Fox, who is Julie's godmother. And now we're in the back of the house again. Same outfit, probably same day.
Extreme close-up shot there. There's Mother looking rather young and rested.
Some more unidentifiable people because they have no heads. Here's the brand new house. No shrubs, no trees, no grass. This is Aunt Dot and Mom and Dad.
The infamous front door. You'll notice as we go on here, everyone comes in and out the front door. It's the only time we use it to take pictures of the kids. Julie had hair. Still has hair.
Unlike some of us.
And
Here.
then God invented color. This is Julie again, being led out the door by Mother down the stones. Great outfit, Mom.
Well, the reason Mom has the great outfit on, Dan, is because she's pregnant with little Joni. This was the maternity outfit of the day.
This was the Carr family, the maternity years. I think production was, what, one a year for the first three? The first steps, look at that. She's proud of herself. She has a leaf. I guess this is still Julie doing the second set of, or the second grand entrance.
This also must have been before elastic was invented because the pants are not staying up.
There's the black sheep.
There's Dan again.
There's the black sheep before Dan was even born. You'll notice the shrubs are not getting much bigger. There's a wonderful car in the background. Automobile car. Unlike car. Come on, Julie. Pick up your lamb. Walk to Mom. You'll also notice in the background there are no houses past Haley's house.
It's an incredible difference in that neighborhood now. It's all houses from one end to the other.
This is the crib that I won, along with a lot of other baby furniture and all kinds of baby clothes, because I was the most beautiful baby in Greensburg that year.
Of course, the population of Greensburg was only 14. But go ahead.
Well, the rest of you should all be very glad that I won all this, because not only was that crib used by the 5 of us, but at least 10 of the George Crow children, Chris, Beth, David, and Maggie, and we don't really know where the crib is now.
Janie, do you know where the crib is?
I'm sorry to say I don't.
Right?
It's with the wicker chair somewhere.
This was probably in the back bedroom, the one that I think we were all raised in,
The nursery.
the nursery room.
Here is Mum with her first grandchild, Julianne. You will see a lot of Mum in future film.
Another shot of the house. Look how the shrubs have grown up. I suspect the next kid you're going to see is Julie again. The shrubs are growing faster than she is.
Remember who edited this film. It still had a lot of Julie.
Front door, feet.
Over the years, a lot of feet came out that front door. Is this little Sister Joan, or will we see more
No,
of
I think
little
that's
Sister Joan?
just a little baby doll in preparation for having a sister. They wanted you to get your hostilities out on the doll first. You
It's
know,
only natural.
get her by the hair.
Wasn't she cute?
Were you the first grandchild out of the whole crew? You the oldest?
Yes, I was, Dan, the oldest grandchild on the Lofhelm side. However, on the Carr side, I was 5th from the youngest. Notice in the background there are absolutely no houses. That is all built up now into streets and houses and trees and kids. This is my first birthday party, where I can remember Mom and Dad's narration as we watched these movies on endless nights, that I gave ribbon to everybody at the party. Here I come, right into the camera with the ribbon.
I think the standing instructions for these things was always to walk into the camera, so we always obliged and slammed our little faces right up against the lenses.
Well, Dad would always say, do something, it's movies, don't just stand there. So
We hadn't learned to moon yet. Julie just came from the library.
this was my little schoolgirl outfit. You'll notice in the backyard, in later years, this is where the driveway was, but we were still using Haley's driveway, so we had yard there. Here we are with the doll again.
Julie's second outfit.
This is Dottie Javes again, who was taking care of me while Mom was in Brooklyn having Joan. As you mostly all remember, we were all born in Brooklyn except for Michael, who was born in Pittsburgh on the way to the airport on Christmas Eve.
Screwed up our Christmas.
This is a cousin of Dad's who was mayor of Juneau, Alaska. Now you'll see him coming out again. His wife made him go in and come out decently, as befitting his station in life.
Which didn't apply to the rest of us.
Here is Mom looking very chipper, considering she is going to be having a baby in a couple of months, with the Boyles from Juneau, Alaska. This might be a little bit out of sequence. With Julianne and her little...
Well, that was a shot of Joan,
No, it wasn't.
or not.
No.
The Julian
definitely Julie.
in her first fur hat.
Not her last. Julianne with her father, who was headless for a while there. This is the old 1939 Buick, which is the car we had until we got a Ford. Don't miss the driveway.
I still have a replica of that car.
Oh, is that
Scale
where it
model.
is? Oh.
Okay, we begin chapter 2 of the Carr family with the arrival of Joan.
Joan was taken home from the hospital by Mum, and as you can see, an unnamed nurse, because 2 days after Joan was born, Mom had a gallbladder operation and was in the hospital for quite a while. So Joan went to Mum's house in Brooklyn and was well taken care of by Uncle Walt.
Without the gang. This is Mum's mansion. It's currently or not.
No, Dan, this is the house in Brooklyn. We will see the
Right.
mansion in Honesdale later.
Scrap that thought. We're in Brooklyn. This is Joan. Am I right there?
You're right there, Dan. This is Joan.
Her socks match.
Now here is Mom home from her surgery,
Looking well.
looking remarkably well for as ill as she was reported to be. I don't remember much of this. I was being well taken care of in Greensburg by Dottie Javes.
Joan's first wedding.
That is an unknown person. I'm not really sure who that is or who that is, but these were all.
Probably part of Mum's staff. She generally surrounded herself with staff. Do we know the kids?
This is Aunt Margaret McLaughlin, who has pushed one of her children over in the big pram to visit the new car arrival. Aunt Margaret is still at this point looking wonderful, as she always did. Joan did not have a lot of hair, as you can tell in these shots. The nurse, however, was quite a looker.
That's Mom in another one of her famous dresses. Joan's still not exhibiting much in the way of animation.
Uncle Bob and Aunt Dot, they seem to be hanging around through all the car babies, acting silly as usual, trying to pretend that this was their baby, I think.
Aunt Dot, I thought you was giving someone a favor.
Not our Aunt Dottie. Now this is back in Greensburg with Kathy Kushner, who's the little one, and her older sister Sal, and of course Julianne, coming up between Haley's and our house.
Which at some point became a no man's land.
There's Nick Kushner, who was a friend of Dad's.
One of the first people we knew to wear a Paul Newman sweatshirt.
Unlike Dad, who never wore anything but a shirt and tie.
Now, who's the blonde kid?
Kathy Kushner. And there's Catherine Kushner, her mother. And they had two older brothers whose names somewhat escape me, Robert and something else. Or those two older boys there. Isn't this nice sharing at such a tender age?
There's the peony garden, which gave me hours of grief when I had to weed them later on.
From the looks of some of the subsequent pictures, Dan, it doesn't look like you did a lot of weeding.
I tried not to. Identify the woman in blue.
That's Catherine Kushner. And there's Dad, who, having turned over the projector or the camera to Mom.
He's dressed for a Saturday in the yard with his casual shirt on.
Now here we are on the back porch, which, as you can see, has been excavated and made into a porch and a terrace.
And I think that rattan is now on Dorothy Ann's back porch.
Thank you, Janie, for the furniture identification. There's Nick Kushner holding the new baby, Joan.
Kind of a long scene.
Not much happening here to make fun of.
Okay, here we are downstairs in the lower porch. There was always graffiti on that cement wall, and it would never come off. I think the entire time we lived there was something on that wall that just defied paint or any other method to eradicate it.
I always thought you did it, Dan, but obviously if it's there now, this is before you even arrived. We can't blame it on you.
Probably the Kuntz kids.
I'm sure it was the Kuntz kids. Or the Brandhoover kids. Glad to see that Nick cleaned up his act and put on a shirt and tie. Now the Kushners must be leaving for their trip back to Brooklyn.
All getting in their sleek new car. Identify, Julie.
This is Julie and Uncle Bob and Aunt Dot in the background.
Julie with her rake, now with her hoe.
It's Mom and Uncle Bob and Aunt Dot. And baby Joan, Julie Ann, with Mom's famous magnolia tree in the background. Who said you were the only one who weeded the garden, Dan?
And it looks like Mom was picking the flowers and leaving the weeds.
Talk about nice socks, Dan.
Talk about mini skirts, Julie.
At least it looks like they finally invented elastic.
Maybe you didn't have as much in your pants at the time.
Well, now,
It's Uncle Bob with his laundry taking it back to Brooklyn.
for Mum, I'm sure, to wash. Another day in the fields.
If I had a son, I'd have all these weeds taken out of here.
Keep wishing, Dad. A son will come.
Is Joan in that little carriage?
No, I think Joan is taking a nap throughout all this frivolity in the front yard. This is a wonderful scene. Absolutely wonderful.
Why, pray tell?
Watch Julie give her daddy her hat.
Isn't that darling?
Dad looks pretty good in that hat, too.
I do not want the hat on my head. As I very clearly demonstrated more than once. There's Joan, awake from her nap, being taken care of by her sister Julie.
I think about 3 we taught Joan to smile.
This is Elizabeth Rollitt with her mother, Lalotte Rollitt. They were from Montreal, Canada. Seems to be some sort of a birthday party. These are the Brandhoover boys. That was probably Harry and Tom and Jerry.
Only 2 of them.
Tom or Jerry. These are unidentifiable people. I don't know who
That's a
these
good
are.
name for a drink.
Yeah, I think we should have some. That's probably Jerry. The Brandhoover boys then seem to have gone
Not the
through the
frog.
house and run out of the basement numerous times.
There were 10 of them, I think, before it was all over.
9 boys and 1 girl. Poor little Ruthie.
Julie reading her first book. Or coloring her first book.
There's Joan being dropped from the balcony. The Brandhoover boys, of course, did not overdress for the party at the Carr household. They were not the last person to shinny down that pole, were they, Dan?
No, I used to do it for emergency exits. In case of in case of boredom, shimmy down the pole. This seems to be a gathering of some sort.
Now here is the second Carr child to come out the front door. You'll notice that she will get so far and then will be pulled back by someone. That's right, Joan, clean up. You don't have a maid yet.
There's Julie doing the yard work still.
Well, I had to do it, Dan. You weren't born yet. There's Mum. She cracked the whip. She kept us all going. Come on, Joan, stand up.
She was trying to pick up some more trash. First steps. Look good, Joan.
You know how Joan always liked to have a clean room. There's Lalotte and Elizabeth again.
Oh, Elizabeth, she was one that used to always spit. We're not sure why, but if you got her the least bit mad, she'd either spit at you or bite you.
The person in the peach dress there next to Mum was Martha Haley, and the little one next to her was Marion Haley.
You missed a little piece over there to your right, Joan.
This is Agnes Carr Fox with her first child, George. I was always supposed to look like her.
You do. You definitely look like she looked then when you got older. Catch my drift.
And after seeing her last year at our anniversary party, I certainly hope that I continue to look like her. This is Julie teaching Joan how to crawl and fall. In the background, you can see the little schoolhouse.
Yeah. You want to elaborate on what you used to do at the schoolhouse in later years?
Yeah, Frank and I used to park up there and meet Dan and Barb. Dan and Barb had Dad's car, Frank and I had Mom's car. Guess where Mom and Dad were?
Home. Trying to teach someone to crawl on the rug. They're nice bloomers. That's Joan, I guess. You notice how Julie, oh, she got the flower.
These are Joan's first steps alone. She must have acquired the non-elasticized rubber pants.
Okay, another gathering of sorts. Suitcases coming in. What's happening here?
Well, this is the arrival of Dan. And we're at the farm, and everybody's standing around looking at Dan. I, of course, am doing the laundry.
I don't think so. It doesn't look like I've arrived yet. There was more fanfare, wasn't there, when I arrived? And weren't there bands and things?
The bands will be arriving, Dan. The Craigs will be over with their tractor to be in the parade any moment. This is Catherine Kushner. There's some fanfare. Your diapers waving in the wind.
It's a White Flag Day. Also a holy day of obligation. Something that screwed up every birthday since.
Not in the last couple of years, Dan. Dan thought we went to church because it was his birthday. It was many, many years that Dan realized that everybody went to church, even people who didn't know him. This is the church where Dan was baptized.
This church burned down shortly after that. I'm not sure whether the priest had some premonition of what was going to occur in my life and decided to burn the place.
Well, it's Nick Kushner and Uncle Bob and I think Uncle Walt pretending that Nick Kushner is the baby being baptized. Of course, as you can see, the uncles were all being silly again.
I think my baptism was preceded with a whole bunch of drinking.
But we haven't seen a baby yet.
There's Bob Murray on the left and Nick Kushner on the right. And Mom is smoking a cigar because she just had a new baby. There's Aunt Ann in the background. Everybody standing in front of the spring house. The lady in black there is Betty Conrad, a cousin. Too many people to identify.
Was I deformed as a child? Why haven't they shown any pictures of me? We have the entertainment. Everyone's kind of getting the audience worked up, but there's no little Dan.
Well, this is the preliminary to Dan. This is the tumbling act. Here's Dan with his godparents, Betty Conrad and Uncle Bob Lofeld.
Making my first public appearance out the door. A lot of time elapsed that they must have had to fix something on me because I went a lot of years before, or a lot of months before they took this shot. And you notice they also lost the color.
Well, now we've gone into the war years, Dan. I think during the war it was hard to get colored film. This is the same rug that Joan learned how to crawl on. I suppose this was our crawling oriental rug as opposed to the flying carpet oriental rug.
A magic carpet, as it were.
What a handsome little boy.
Jane, could you tell us about this shoe? Is it still in the family?
You can give us some commentary on Dan Carr, too.
Janie,
Duh.
you see Laura at all?
Oh, I see a lot of similarities, even with you and Joan. A lot of facial similarities through the forehead and eyes.
Joan always had a little turned up nose that none of the rest of us had. You could definitely tell it was Joan. And then she had very, very blonde hair as a baby. Dan and I both had the dark hair, so.
I seem to have this shoe fixation.
The front door has now been identified as the Carrs, in case anyone had any doubt as to who lived there. Joan and Julie now watering their garden. The scene is now shifted to Hazelton, Pennsylvania. A wonderful carriage. Janie, I'll bet you wish that was still around somewhere.
Save it for my grandchildren.
Yeah, I remember that carriage. That came back to Greensburg at some point and spent the end of its life in our basement.
This is Grandpa Carr, Dad's father, having Dan put into his arms, and Harold Javes. Grandpa Carr was 99 years old when he died, and he's probably just a few years short of that at this point. It's Dottie Javes and Dan, and Aunt Ann. As you can see now, Dan has acquired the unelasticized underwear.
Quite a sense of balance there. And my first war toy, a tank.
Aunt Nora in the middle.
Is that Aunt May?
That's Aunt Ann. Come on, Dan, you can make it. That must have been pretty hard on your knees, Dan, crawling on that sidewalk.
What was that hard on? Julie sliding down backwards on the old splinters.
Here's Grandpa Carr again. And I think this is Jack Carr. And Nancy Mullaney. And the little girl is Irene Guidish, who must be related to us somehow, but I have no recollection of how. Here's a wonderful picture of Dad and his father, Grandpa Carr, in Hazelton. These are some distant cousins.
Or refugees.
Oh no, wait, you'll see the refugees coming up. Dad must have told them to do something. It was movie, so they're shaking hands. Very clever.
Walk toward the camera.
Smile.
Now we're back in Greensburg. This will be commemorating Dan's first birthday. As you can see, there are still no houses in the background.
Any commentary on the furniture?
Mm-mm.
It doesn't deserve much comment.
No, wait. We
Look at
have
a great
comment
cake.
on the cake.
Okay.
We still don't have a birthday boy. Hey, here he comes. Come on, Dan.
So cute.
Come on, you can make it.
Look at that smile.
Come on.
Now, who took the candle?
Dan, you kept trying to eat the candle out of the cake. Joan is going off in a huff. Come on, Dan, leave the candle alone.
Kind of helping me away from the table. Wasn't the first time that happened. Back to crawling again. Wasn't the last time that happened
Come
either.
on, Julie, don't drop the cake or your drawers. Notice the hollyhocks in the background. They were always a great favorite flower. That's Martha Haley. I'm determined to eat that candle, Dan.
I wonder if the cake came from James Bakery, like
Not
all
yet.
my cakes. in later years came from.
It's a wonder we didn't crack our skull on that stone front porch, or as they would call it in Brooklyn, a stoop. Oop!
Who's to say we didn't?
Oop! I don't know who this is. Do you, Dan?
The unknown soldier.
I wonder if he's related to us, or I really don't know who he is. Certainly is taking liberties with having me in his arms.
He almost looks like family. I mean, similar facial features.
I know we had a cousin that went to war, and I think he was killed.
Oh, do you think that might be who it is?
May have been.
Lynch.
Lynch, yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Just don't know if that was him or not. There's Mom with the first three all together. I think that's the first shot of all three of us together. No, the birthday cake
There's
was.
Dan with his first lawn cutting job. And his last.
No, actually, I developed that into quite a business.
This is
Cut
in
lawns all
Hones-
over the neighborhood.
This is in Honesdale now, in Mum-Mum's backyard. Mum-Mum has us all working, folding the laundry. The house in Honesdale, the mansion in Honesdale that belonged to Bob Murray, is now the editorial offices for Highlights for Children magazine. Back to Greensburg. Quick trip.
Here's your basic jet setters. Julie with her Inca Virgin hat on.
Dan saving the nation from the wild Indians. The two unidentified children there who are not in our family are the Sims children who
Are now identified.
now are identified. Their parents rented Haley's house during the war while Haley's were in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Dr. Haley served as a dentist in the armed services. This is a Sims baby. Dan, remember Haley's had the only paved strip in the neighborhood, so that was the only place we could ride our bike.
That was the only bike we had. I think we all had to share it, didn't we?
Yeah, I think we did. Until we got to Mum-Mum's house where we all had our own bikes.
Look at that cute smile. How could anyone not like that little kid?
Janie, do you know where that smile is now?
Right next to me.
Here we are all sharing the bike. This must have been fun up and down this one strip of sidewalk. Come on, Dan. There's an easier way to ride a bike.
You know, the Haleys grew to hate this, too. I mean, we used their sidewalk, their driveway.
Well, they were in Tennessee now. What did they know? This is probably when it started. When they moved away, we took liberties with their yard. This is Mr. Sims. A shot of the backyard. This was a big snowfall. As you can see, we've got to start shoveling the driveway before we can come out and play.
It was the original Conehead.
There really were only 3 children in this family, but because we came out 6 or 7 times, it looked like quite a crowd. We're all working diligently to get this driveway cleared so we can bring our sleds out. Now here we come with the sleds.
What a snowfall.
I think we were all desperate for sled riding if we were willing to do it with that dusting on the ground.
Oh, the snow gets better, Dan. The trailer you see in the backyard is one that the Sims bought for their trip back to California. They had it parked in the backyard. At the time, it was a real state-of-the-art mobile home. The cone heads coming out the front door. Dan, you didn't get to have a cone head. We spent a lot of time doing nothing. Joan's a little upset. Somebody probably pelted her with a snowball.
Dorothy Ann wasn't even born yet.
Here's Mum-Mum. And Bob-Bob. Bob-Bob, as you remember, was Mum-Mum's second husband. He wasn't actually our grandfather, but was really the only grandfather we ever knew. Bob Murray, who was most generous with his money. Mum-Mum could spend it lavishly on us. And here's Uncle George, Uncle Bob, Mom in the middle. Bob Murray. There's Uncle Walt. Uncle Walt must have been taking the first part of these shots, and Uncle Bob now has taken over.
Notice them all holding cigarettes.
I was real surprised when I saw Uncle Bob with a cigarette. No. That child looks like Dorothy Ann, but since Dorothy Ann was not born yet at this time, I'm really not sure who the child was.
Maybe that was like a clone to prepare the world for the coming of Dorothy Ann.
That's Rita Murray, one of Bob Murray's grandchildren.
Who's now probably clipping coupons from all the Murray wealth.
It's the famous statue in the backyard. Here's Bill Murray, Rita Murray. Janie, can you tell us anything about that carriage? It's vintage or whereabouts nowadays?
I haven't seen it, Julie. Never, ever.
Wouldn't you like to? There's Dan
Yeah.
with his little red wagon.
And that was one of Mum-Mum's convertibles. She always had DeSoto convertibles. I think a new one every year, different color.
There's Margaret Murray with one of her little children. Here's Bob Murray coming home from work, being greeted by all the grandchildren. I'm sure he just loved that. Bob Murray owned a very successful hardware store in Honesdale, which is still in operation. Now, guess what this is? Bob and Dottie got a baby of their own. This is little Barbara.
Baby got a lot of kissing.
Here's Cousin Dan and the statue.
Or a one-legged baby there.
As you can see, Bob and Dottie still are as silly. This baby also does close-ups to the camera. We had more pavement to ride bikes in Honesdale, so we all had our own bikes. That might be the hard way to ride a bike, Julie. Remember the little tiny house that was next door to Mum-Mum's house? It probably was an average size house, but next to the mansion next door.
Remember the people on the other side? There was this old lady that used to tell us about the humpback guy that would take away little kids in bags every time we got on their walks.
Was that the Stegners who had the twin girls and they owned the bakery?
I don't know. It was a nasty old lady that used to always tell us that this humpback guy with a potato sack would take kids away in a potato sack if he caught them on their lawn.
I think that was the lady in that little house. Here's Dan's first flying lesson, compliments of Uncle Bob. Here we go, Dan, up in the air. Here we are back in Greensburg, in the snow.
Julie with her Cossack outfit on.
You'll see the Cossack outfit being handed down. Dan with his droopy drawers. How'd you ever walk, Dan?
I must have had 4 million pounds of clothes on there.
Can you imagine when you wet your pants what it was like? For Mom having to take it all off?
This is Joan stumbling up here.
That's Joan. Quite an intelligent look, Dan.
I think I was brain damaged from falling off those concrete steps in the front of the house, the stone steps.
Remember how mad we used to get if somebody walked in our front yard and made steps in it before we got to go out there and do it ourselves?
No.
Well, being the neat person I am, I remember things like that.
I must have been walking on my stomach.
Dan, I think there's an easier way of riding a sled.
Julie, I think there's an easier way of riding a sled.
None of the car kids were real bright.
The snow has melted, as you can see, and the fields are planted.
It really melts fast in Pennsylvania.
Just in a split second. You can see the shrubbery has grown up somewhat. You can no longer see Brant Hoover's house. But you can still see the one-room schoolhouse, Dan, and the little cemetery, and there's the farm.
There's Dan topless.
That's Joan and Julianne. The little one in pink is Marion Haley.
She eventually went to the Peace Corps to feed the starving Ethiopians, something that has been going on ever since.
No political commentaries, Dan. Dan has now taken over the yard work. He's busy helping Dad.
Notice Dad's dressed in a tie and a shirt for his yard work.
Having a little trouble with your clothing. At least you don't have as much on. This is great, Dan. You knock over the wheelbarrow. Big help. Now Dad has to pick it all up again. Oh, nice,
Yeah,
Dan.
but I hep.
I'll bet you did. What's really funny is that Mom is filming all this. Why don't you walk into the camera? These are Dad's famous roses, which were really quite beautiful. Looks like Julie and Joan are getting ready for a Seton Hill garden party.
There's Dad's famous thorn.
Dan, are the rose bushes? These swings were famous at Seton Hill, dotted throughout the yard up there. So Mum, of course, bought us one of our very own. Of course, Dan couldn't help but getting hurt on it. Love your smock, Dan. Are you pregnant?
No.
Janie, do you have any idea where that piece of furniture is today?
Never seen it before, I'm sorry to say.
What about that?
Well, that's on Dorothy Ann's bedroom balcony, I do believe.
I hope she got cushions for it. It was a little tough to sit in.
Thank God my ears flattened out against my head a little bit.
This was also, Dan, I think before you started cutting your own hair. Remember that when you cut a large chunk out of your hair?
I think we all did that at one point.
But yours wasn't curly.
Did anybody cut their eyelashes off?
Not that I know of. Who did that, Laura?
My sister did. And they were never the same since.
I think we're shelling peas here. We don't really have any evidence of that, but I know we used to do that a lot. Child labor and all, you know.
That's Mom dressed in white.
I think so. I can't really tell. Weren't the flowers pretty? Dad
No.
always had his roses or his zinnias. What do you mean, no? What are you doing in the flowers, Dan?
Looks like I was trying to become a Tarzan.
Here we come to show off whatever is in those pots to the camera. Joan didn't get a very big pot.
I'm not going to touch it.
Dan, I love this scene. This is just wonderful. Farmer Joe out in the backyard.
Later on, I learned how to use the hoe with the right end down. Look at all that work that I did there, just with that little hoe. There's Dan learning to drive. Started with a three-wheeler, worked my way up to four-wheeler. Carried my own spare parts. Okay, that looks like Uncle George dressed for war.
Uncle George was stationed in Hondo, Texas, so he must have stopped in Greensburg on his way through. Dan, was that our little black dog?
No, I don't think we had any dogs until the Irish setter.
The first Rusty?
Yeah, Rusty won.
What is the activity with hugging the magnolia tree? Do you recall that significance at all?
It was a rite of spring that I think we all went through.
Well, here Uncle George is having the small children take his large duffel bag down to the car. The one in the little hat there is Marion Haley. That's right, Uncle George. Beat us. Don't let us read comic books. There's his Texas license plate. Can you believe he drove that car all the way to Texas?
No.
He didn't. He had it towed, the last part. Dan at the beach.
It's either a small beach or a large litter box.
View of the back 40, as Ted Higgins used to call it. Isn't that pretty? Look at the trees in bloom. There's Zambino's house.
Zambano.
Zambano. Terry Ann Zambano. There's the Kuntz kids' house. Fenced in.
There's the kite flying hill up there.
Which is now filled with houses and part of Northmont.
There's a kite flying hill again.
Which is now filled with houses. Again. And there is the magnolia tree. Is that magnolia blossom sitting under it? Oh, magnolia blossom and friend. Where's your little bonnet, Dan?
I don't think I was into bonnets then.
You were practically into the camera.
What happened to the peony bushes? They're gone.
Well, Well, they got cut down every winter, and then they were just growing up now. This is early spring if the forsythia's out. The dogwood tree is just in bloom.
That's a crabapple tree.
The crabapple tree is in bloom. I think that's Joan. I may have even been in school at this point.
Going up to survey my empire.
Dynasty. You'll notice now the house is painted brown. Here we are back in Honesdale at Mum-Mum's house. These trips weren't quite as quick as they seem on film. We used to take, if we didn't drive, we used to take the train to Scranton, where Dottie Benny met us and drove us to Honesdale.
Looks like you were a little heavier than the guy on the other side.
Well, that's Joe Murray, who was my exact twin. We were born exactly the same day. He was born in Honesdale, and I, of course, was born in Brooklyn, but he was one of my playmates.
We're doing the master one.
I think this is how little Black Sambo met his demise, running around the statue.
Was he one of Bob Bob's kids?
No, there were no little Black Sambos in our life. That's Aunt Margaret Murray and Mary Murray. And here we have Bob and Dot again. Uncle Bob is leaving for the war.
Well, this is a classic story about Bob leaving for war, which I think you should relate, Julie. It's really kind of neat.
Well, this little scene here definitely was staged. We must have come in a few cars to say goodbye to Uncle Bob. So this is to make it look like Uncle Bob and Aunt Dot are arriving at the station with their 3 little children to say goodbye to Daddy, who's leaving for the war. Of course, no one at the station realized that he was not our daddy. Dan, it looks like you ran into the back of that car.
Why is that?
It was rather a large bang in the back of it. Rather a sad look on Uncle Bob's face. That must have been a very hard time for people.
Well, there he is, going off to the front.
Now here are the 3 children in the car crying. However, not because their daddy has left for the war, but because they weren't allowed to get out of the car.
All the people at the station were really upset. Notice how spontaneous I was waving.
With Aunt Dot's hand attached to your wrist. Goodbye, Uncle Bob.
Hello, garage.
It's the garage in Honesdale, which was full of all kinds of wonderful treasures. I don't know who that girl is, do you, Dan? Was she too old for you?
A little too old. Yeah. Maybe that was my first love. The girl who rescued me from the river.
Who was that?
Peggy McLaughlin.
Oh, Peggy McLaughlin. This is Swimming at the Deeps, which was a place near Honesdale. That's Bill Murray. Mary Murray.
We don't know anyone else there?
I think that might be Joe Murray there. Bill in the background. Here's Julie. Joan, quite a fetching rear view.
Nice cut, Joan. Before we all arrive, the water is kind of clear, and then it gradually turns yellow as all the kids get in it.
Well, it looks none too clean. I think it was just a small river. That's Ed Murray with the glasses, and this is a whole crowd of grandchildren being loaded into the famous DeSoto. Uncle Walt. There's Kathy doing a dive over the front seat.
Notice who was in the driver's seat.
This is probably one of Uncle Walt's children. Not sure which one. There's Kathy, Julie in the background, Joan. And miraculously, back to Greensburg. You notice Greensburg has all the snow scenes. Be patient, Dorothy Ann. I think you'll be born in the next sequence. Next change of seasons. Dan didn't quite believe in sleds.
I wasn't about to give up on that bike. Anything with wheels.
Dan, was that Dr. Haley's car in the background that you painted the white stripe around?
I'm not sure if it was that one or the one that followed that, but it was a nice black car, and I added some pinstriping to it. I think today they call it detailing. I used a 4-inch brush and some oil paint to do it.
This was our very own ski slope, which was wonderful going down. However, coming up was not real convenient since we had no rope tow or chairlift or anything like that. Here's Joan in the Cossack uniform, handed down year by year. And Julie in another conehead. Dan with his aviator goggles on, hanging off the back of the sled. Come on, Joan, show us some of that Aspen, Colorado form.
There's formal Dan.
This is Jeff Lowfelm. Mum and Mom and one of the nuns from Seton Hill coming out of Dad's entrance to the chemistry department. Oops, didn't that hurt your knees, Dan?
No.
Oh, that wasn't even you. There you are.
That's why it didn't hurt my knees.
There's Dad, the professor, Professor Carr, surveying his kingdom.
I couldn't understand how he could spend all that time teaching in a girls' college until I got a little older. Now, who's the kid in black? Is that me?
I think that's Billy Lowfelm.
Okay. Thought it may have been
Here's
Johnny
Uncle-
Cash.
There's Johnny Cash. There's Uncle George still in his Air Force jacket.
Joan in the red.
Yeah, this is Julie in the dark, Joan in the red,
Johnny Cash.
and Johnny Cash. There's Dan.
I look like a flasher.
That's Richard. Or not Richard, Jeff. Jeff. There's that little black dog again, Dan. Are you sure that wasn't ours?
That may have been belonged to Uncle
Haley.
George.
Maybe it was Haley's. This looks like people arriving for a birthday party. I do think that might be Lillotte Rollitt again. There's Dan with his present.
I was a generous child.
Yes, but you were taking it back in the house to put it in your room. I have no idea who that child is.
It's my girlfriend.
These three in the matching hats are the Redmond girls, Joanne, Nancy, and Peggy Redmond. Mom had really well-organized activities at these parties.
It's easy for you to say, Julie.
No, it wasn't easy for me to say.
I probably had to blow up all the balloons.
Not an attractive child.
Now don't identify it, whatever you do.
I have no idea who it was. I don't know who that is either.
Well, she certainly is pretty.
Joan is all dressed up for some affair at Seton Hill where she was going to march about in her finery.
Was she part of a play? I think we all did a little stint as actors in Seton Hill plays.
Yes, we did all the acting and we did the fashion shows where the girls in the home ec classes would make our dresses. These are some Seton Hill girls who I'm sure were thrilled and delighted to be invited to the Carr household for some festivities. This is classic Dan, being the ruffian brother got put in your place by the prima donna. This is also classic. One of the girls went to capture you. And you got away.
Dan and the Black Dog took off. This should be accompanied by Ricky Nelson singing the Garden Party song. That's Seton Hill, one of the yearly spring rites, the Garden Party.
Maybe we could get Frank to hum a few bars of it for us.
Or not.
If Frank had his guitar, I'm sure that he would be able to do that. It's rather a nice view of the city in the background, and Seton Hill on top of the hill. Look at the swings decorated.
Did this last up until the time you went to school there?
Oh yes, yes, the garden party was still going on.
Same nuns, I'll bet, too. They never aged.
In the same dress.
How can you tell?
Don't tempt me.
Identify them all quickly.
Mary, Alice, Jane, Sally, Frances, Margaret, Louise.
And that was only one nun's name. Oops, hurry up, quick.
I think that's
Father.
Father Reeves, who was president of the college at the time. Lord knows who that is.
Mother, may I? Dad's boss.
Another of Dad's bosses. Well, we got away from there and got into some decent clothes and into the Hollyhocks. Rather a treacherous looking piece of equipment. That's Mary and Haley on the left, Julie and Dan on the seesaw, and Joan on the other swing.
And where was Betty Furness when we needed her?
I think some wonderful gymnastic work is coming up in this scene. This isn't it. Here we go.
Now that's Julie.
This is Julie on the left, Joan on the right.
Julie Kamenich.
I think this is rather clever.
It was only after seeing this footage that Frank decided to take you out. Oh.
Frank commented one of the first times we looked at this that he didn't realize that I was such a tomboy.
I guess we just kept doing that until finally our heads hit the ground when we went around.
When we got too tall. This is Dottie Benny, Uncle Bob, Aunt Dot. This is a reunion at the farm. There's, I don't know who that is. Catherine Kushner, Mom, Aunt Alice Lynch from Catasauqua, Aunt May. That's Frances. We'll talk about her later, Dan. I don't know who that is. Uncle Walt, Nick Kushner, Aunt Betty, unidentified, Dottie Javes, Aunt Nora, Aunt Ann, Renee, and Vince. Don't know. Now, don't miss these get-ups. How would you like to spend your life in that?
I will.
There's Father Miller. Catch a quick glance of Father Miller right there. Mum. And there's Dan. Julie. Being sacrificed at the altar. It looks like honey.
It always was a sacrifice on these things, just to get through the day. We were all introduced, all measured from the last time we went to a reunion.
This woman, Frances, here was a maid Mum hired to take care of us. These are the refugees having a drink from the blessed spring.
The Fountain of Youth, that was Aunt May.
Nah.
The theory was that that was magic water from the fountain, and everyone had to have a drink before they left.
And upon their arrival. Dan, you're not happy about something.
My gun jammed. Thank God.
Mama is shooting you with your own gun. I love the cars, classic cars. Looks like one of the Jave kids. I don't know who they are, do you? There's Mom and
Not really. I knew who they were.
Oh, yes. That's Renee and Vince. Dottie Javes.
If I count right, there are now 3 people in that box.
Some people go in and other people come out.
Is that Joan with the broom?
No, I think that's one of the Bob Lofhelm kids. There's Dan pouting again. Oh, he sees an opportunity. This is on the little back spring behind the spring house.
That water had to be 33 degrees. We used to run out there and jump in it.
33 below zero. Well, Dorothy Ann, finally, after many years of waiting, we have a new arrival in the Carr family. This is St. Anne's Church in Hampton, New Jersey. And here's Dorothy Ann in the arms of Nick Kushner, her godfather, and Mum, her godmother.
What was Mum's real name?
Julia Estelle Gallagher Lofhelm Murray. Sorry you asked. Look closely, Dorothy Ann. See if this baby looks like the brand new one. Daniel Paul.
Look, isn't that cute? Isn't that Joan holding Dorothy Ann? And now Julie?
You'll get your chance, Dan. There, Dan. You can hold the new baby. I think this gal on the left was an au pair who was there to help out at the farm. It's Kevin McLaughlin there in the striped shirt.
Rather jaunty looking boy, huh?
There's a gang arriving. That's Ed McLaughlin. My mom's DeSoto.
Looks like one of George's boys.
Yeah. This is a wonderful scene. The men are all listening to a ball game in the car during the christening festivities.
Because we had no electricity or radio or indoor plumbing or anything else at the farm.
Another planned activity of fun and games. When Mum was still alive, these small affairs were catered. In later years, we may remember a lot of cooking being done in the kitchen. This was also another very common scene, a car stuck in the mud and a tow truck having to come and unstick it.
You think with all that beef around at the reunion, they could push it out.
Well, this was a very high-class party, Dan. Everybody was well-dressed. Bob was only paying for the tow truck. He certainly wasn't going to work at it.
Someone surrendering from the porch. Nice straight table.
Dan at the head of the table.
Maitre d'.
The maitre d' who probably did not even get a seat there, as I remember the children had to sit on the porch.
You sure that guy wasn't a narc?
Yeah, that was Ed McLaughlin. There's Uncle George. There's Honey with the bow, Kathy. Now we're back in Greensburg at another birthday party.
Whose birthday would it be this time? Or is this a May party?
Well, it looks like it might have been Julie's birthday because it looks like it's in the fall. Doesn't it look like more fall scenery?
Yeah, kind of does.
Also the fact that Julie was featured in the opening scenes. Looks like it might be her party. There's Joan. One of the Brandhoover kids, another little Brandhoover kid. And the black dog.
It must have been a Brandhoover dog. I think I recall that they did have a black dog.
I'm not sure what this game was called.
It's called a group run.
Certainly frustrated that poor little black dog. Here we are, Dorothy Ann, in the arms of Brother Dan.
Strange little doll.
This was the brand new car after the 39 Ford was traded in after the war. This was the 39 Buick was traded in for a 47 Ford.
It was a major part of our lives, walking toward the camera.
Walking out the front door toward the camera. Come on, Dorothy Ann, smile. What a sober song.
At least move. I can't even identify where this is.
Well, I think it's in the backyard. on that wall between the terrace and the garage. Luckily, Dorothy Ann is dressed in a fluorescent color, or we wouldn't see her at all. Certainly glad Dorothy Ann got happier in later years.
Nice jump, Joel.
It was a little difficult with that long dress and jumping over flowers.
Notice the graffiti on the back wall? It's still there.
Dan did that before he was born.
No, I was too busy cutting the lawn.
Joan and I are dressed up in our garden party dresses. Dan has a few chores to get finished before we can go to the festivities.
I was your basic slave kid.
There's Dorothy Ann in the arms of Mum-Mum.
Was she still writing letters to Mom how to raise the kids?
Of course. Year after year, baby after baby. This is a wonderful scene that Dad must have gotten up very early to go out and take before anybody ruined the snow by walking in it.
I'm sure it won't last long. I imagine we're all being suited up inside right now, probably into our third or fourth layer. And then we'll have to pee and then get layered up again.
Isn't this pretty?
That's real pretty.
The house continues to look more and more lived in as the years go on. Of course, you notice we don't show the inside. It's a shambles.
There's Haley's house next door. Still nothing beyond it. This is Brandhoover's house before Bill Brandhoover added on the 20-room addition.
He was known fondly as Mr. Machine to all the kids because he had every conceivable type of equipment that you could imagine.
Or Mr. Circus, as we all knew him in later years. He had all those miniature circus things in his yard.
And a lot of clowns in the house.
Dan, I do believe that might be the kite flying place up above.
Yeah, it was Kite Hill. Looks like the storm isn't over yet.
Oh, so here come the urchins.
Coneheads.
The Coneheads again. I think this film may be a little bit out of sequence. I think this might be before Dorothy Ann was born. But at this point in production, we're not changing it around.
That was Joan Cone.
It looks like Dan Cone is with us this year.
Because after a certain birthday, you got to wear a cone head hat. Look at Mom's cone, it's worn down.
We certainly struggled to have a few inches of downhill run. Well, Joan has a downhill run without the equipment.
That's 5-Cone Road without any traffic.
It is.
Come on, Joan, walk behind us now.
Run, run.
This downhill racer. I believe the instruction there was to smile. There's the professor in his snowsuit.
Snowsuit, shirt, and tie. Oh, now we have colored cone heads.
Snow's is still the same color.
Clever observation, Dan.
It's because that little dog hasn't come over yet from next door. It all turned yellow.
Where's the little black dog? This almost looks like it's the same day. Or at least the same outfits.
Why were you going down the hill backwards, Julie?
Because I was very agile and clever. Look how much lighter Joan's hair is than Dan's and mine.
Mine got much lighter than Joan's at the end, though.
That looked like a bundle of fun.
For all four of us.
Do you think that snow was piled up from the driveway being plowed?
No, I think that's a mountain.
Or did you do that, Dan, with your little hoe? Ho, ho, ho.
None of that was waterproof. It all had to be hung up to dry.
This looks like Christmas time.
Yes, there was a lot of Christmas footage in here originally, which all you could see was the lights on the tree and a silhouette of a child. Was unable to tell which child, but this one seemed to be a little bit more recognizable. Janie, could you tell us the whereabouts of that furniture?
Never seen it before.
We divided Christmases into the Mum Christmases and the post-Mum Christmases. You could tell the difference by the amount of toys, games, and gifts that appeared.
Looks like you're getting a little bit better at getting on sleds, Dan.
At some point here, I think I uttered my first battle cry, "Out of mine way."
Could this?
Okay, here's Dorothy Ann, one of her first baths. Well supervised.
Here's Dorothy Ann out of the tub.
All scrubbed down.
Bouncing, bouncing, bouncing.
Being fitted for her cone head. The biggest cone head of all.
Dorothy Ann, do you see any of new baby Paul in here? New baby Dan? Daniel Paul.
Okay, here we have Dorothy Ann under 7 layers. Pink cone. And mother in skiing outfit.
At least Dorothy Ann's starting to smile now.
Probably took a while for her to get used to being thrown into the family.
Yeah, well, we spent a lot of years, as you can see, having fun in games without new babies.
Well, that's right. We had developed a rather close, lasting relationship over the years, and then when Dorothy Ann came along, we had to assimilate her into the group.
This is probably Joan's birthday party. This looks more like a spring fling. I would determine that Joan is probably about 8. The blonde-haired girl there is Martha Ann Murphy, who was always a very perfect child. Martha Haley with the long hair and bow. Joanne Redmond in the purplish dress.
Was that like a ring around the rosy? Is that the deal?
Oh, yes, either that or London Bridge is Falling Down, or one of those catchy tunes.
Or the Indians versus the wagon train?
Musical chairs without the chairs. Or this is a go in and out the window or something.
Yeah, I think that's a scene in and out the window. Aren't we having fun?
We had to do all this just to get cake and ice cream. There's Terry Ann Zambano in the background, the little dark-haired girl, and Johnny Branhoover.
Waiting to spill his guts if he saw any of us do anything wrong.
Here's Dorothy Ann enjoying the party.
Was that a pacifier she had there?
She seemed to be having a very good time alone. And a crowd formed. Oh, here we are in the garden party dresses again. Believe it or not, Janie, I know the whereabouts of those hats. They are in a box in my attic.
Oh, good.
In case you ever need to wear one. The dresses, however, I'm afraid are long gone.
Looks like a scene from Gone with the Wind.
Well, can't you just hear Dad telling us to move? Do something.
Get dizzy, fall down.
This is Our Lady Di curtsy. Actually, at that time, it was our Queen Elizabeth curtsy.
There's Dorothy Ann looking sick.
No, that's Dorothy Ann's curtsy. Can you imagine giving a child cellophane paper to play with?
Maybe Joan gave it to her.
Here's Dan working on his garden in the backyard.
Sort of got that all out of your system at a young age, didn't you, hon?
Notice I had recruited the neighborhood kids to do it. I was just directing it from the background.
There's the neighborhood gang now surrounding the carriage.
Dorothy Ann's first steps.
Or a small cone head.
Okay, here we have Mum, same wicker chair, new kid. This is
She just grew up a little. But the chair was moved to the front yard for the convenience of Momo.
showing us her first clap. That's a tender scene.
Dorothy Ann got a lot of hugging from Mum.
First wave. Didn't seem to take. A little harder.
Surprising after 4 children, Dorothy Ann, that you're getting so much exposure.
Oops, watch it. Here comes Hopalong Cassidy and the Cisco Kid.
This was before Dan and the Brant Hoover boys learned how to put snakes down our back.
We were protecting the little baby up in the room.
Of course, the tough hombres are now on the hammock. Where was that hammock, Dan?
That was down where the sewer pipe from the house came out. That's why there was so much growth.
Nice. Is that your little home away from home there in the foreground?
That was a dog house. I don't think we had a dog at that point, but we did have a dog house. I think we were preparing for it.
Maybe that's where the little black dog lived. This is Dorothy Ann in the family crib. Just giving it a good workout. This is in the family nursery.
The way she learned to wave was by holding her hands still and moving her body.
Come on, Dorothy Ann, there's still another baby to use that crib. Plus the Crow kids. These are Dorothy Ann's first steps.
Assisted by headless, unnamed people.
This is down at Aunt May's. Now we've got Dan in one of his favorite elements.
Learning to drive.
Or learning to climb.
See, they're waving goodbye to me.
We know this is the last we'll see of Dan. He is now spending the rest of his life at the Craig's farm.
Here's the topless girl.
Well, this is Dottie Javes and Linda Javes, and that's Vernon Javes, who you knew in Newcomb.
And this was Dorothy Ann?
No, I think that was still Vernon Javes. Now it looks like we're back at the farm. This looks like Dorothy Ann and probably Robert Hugh.
Who's offering the assist there?
No, it didn't look like Uncle Bob, did it? Was it Vinny? It's Mum and Dorothy Ann. There's a wonderful car that belonged to Uncle George that had a rumble seat in it. That was a great honor to ride in the rumble seat. Of course. Dorothy Ann left sitting on the ground, pretending she's a fireman.
I wonder what Ralph Nader would have thought of that car.
And here's a few topless beauties playing in the 30-degree pond.
It's a wonder we all didn't die from swimming in that water.
Now, this is Christmas in Honesdale, and Uncle Bob, Uncle George, and Uncle Walt and their families all spent this Christmas in Honesdale with Mum and Bob Murray. And apparently they took this film and sent it to Mom because she was not able to be there. I left it in because it does show a lot of our relatives. That's Barbara and Robert Hugh, and this looks like maybe it's Richard. There's Dottie Benny. There's Kathy. Richard. Aunt Betty. Bob. That's Joe Murray, my twin at an older age. Looks like Jeff, Richard Conehead.
Somebody's knee got in the way.
Looks like somebody has their finger over the lens.
Yeah.
It's Kathy.
You can tell that wasn't a Carr family production.
George isn't. There's Dorothy Ann has learned how to walk quite well. This is at Uncle George's on the Delaware.
That's the place next door where the pool was built.
Yeah, it was later installed. The only way to get there was to go down the driveway and walk through these people's yard.
Delaware River.
Uncle George had built up a little row of rocks to make a little pool. Of course, the bottom was not only not paved, it was stones and sand and mud and squish.
And the river was about 6 inches deep all the way across there, wasn't it? With like a channel running down through the middle.
Yeah, there were places you could walk across the river, except when it flooded during Agnes.
Who's that?
Dorothy Ann?
God, we had fun as kids.
You know, we really did, Dan. An unsolicited comment.
You
This-
were always together. That's nice.
And this was definitely before television.
It was almost before movies.
That's Richard and Billy. Janie, what about that table?
Looks like it belongs in the Adirondacks to me.
It's Aunt Betty. That's Aunt Betty's mother.
This is at the farm.
No, this is at Uncle George and Aunt Betty's on the Delaware. We had a table like that at the farm.
That one I converted to smoke.
If you look very closely, you might see children sitting on this porch reading comic books.
Remember,
Highly unlikely, since Uncle George did not permit it. This is at the Miramar, which was a spring-fed pool just down over the hill from the farm. It also had a sandy bottom, although it had cement sides.
and little snakes. Remember the little snakes?
Oh no, I don't remember them.
And it had those things sticking up out of the middle.
What were
They
they?
looked like German submarines, but they're actually little seesaws.
Oh, is that what they were? I forgot that. But they had these wonderful big white tires, truck tires.
This is back in Greensburg.
No, this is the summertime. Notice the matching sunsuits on the three car girls.
So this is back in summertime.
This is the same summer. But I'm not sure where we are. Oh, we might be in Honesdale.
Looks like a birthday party. Presents being opened.
I wonder if it might be Dorothy Ann's first birthday.
That was Honesdale.
Definitely Honesdale. There's Mum. And there's the statue in the fountain, so we know it's Honesdale.
Well, not too much exciting happening here.
Obviously, the birthday parties were not as well planned as in Greensburg. Back at the Miramar, Dorothy Ann in her first Speedo. This is Fred Lowfelm at Mum's house in Honesdale.
Little Barnacle Bill the sailor.
Of course, this is Mum, need we say.
There's Walt, father of Fred,
Aunt Henriette,
mother of Fred,
Aunt Dot,
aunt of Fred.
Aunt Betty,
Same.
Uncle Bob, and Mum. Glad to see them all leaving.
The matriarch of the whole group.
This must have been another Christmas in Honesdale.
Still leaving.
This is somewhat out of sequence. This looks like Dorothy Ann's first steps, right after we had her diving into the pool.
Well, it's just a minor setback. She'll grow up again.
Well, you know what a swimmer Dorothy Ann is. She learned how to swim before she learned how to walk. Why do
Making the-
babies' legs always look like rubber when they're taking their first steps?
Because they are.
Come on. You can do it.
Like the little curtsy in the middle.
Wonder
Little
why.
bow-legged.
Wonder why waving arms always seem to keep you up too. Oh,
They don't.
that's Ruthie Brandhoover in the background.
The only female Brandhoover to be produced.
Not for lack of trying.
My God, it looks like you're all ready to pounce on her if she falls.
That was quite exciting, a baby's first steps. Now here is Rusty. Dan, you can tell us about Rusty.
Okay, Rusty was my first Irish setter. Came from one of Paul's litters. And stayed with the family for a little while, but unfortunately made it out to 5 Point Road. Came out second best in a accident with a car. We buried him down by the hammock.
And then got another dog named Rusty.
Rusty too.
How many did we have?
Too many. Who's that in the big suit?
Well, I think it might be Dr. Haley. I'm not really sure.
That's not Rusty, is it? No. Yes, it is.
Yes, that's Rusty grown up a little. Is that Dad? No, that can't be Dad. I don't ever remember Dad
No, he didn't
wearing
own,
such casual attire.
he didn't own clothes like that. But yet, why would Dr. Haley be playing with us? Maybe he was looking at our teeth.
This was how they eased us into dental work. Go and play with Dr. Haley. I'm assuming that probably we are all in school, Dan. You and Joan and I, and this is why Dorothy Ann is getting a lot of camera time.
And Dad's probably teaching. That's why Dr. Haley's there.
It was probably Thursday, Dr. Haley's day off.
Right. Oh, the dog is waving. The first wave. Tacky Mom.
You notice Dorothy Ann now is a cone head.
Now the tree is waving.
Oh, Mom has said to Dorothy Ann, now get all the snow off the tree. This is another party at the farm with the McLaughlins and many Lowfelms. There's Jean McLaughlin, Dan,
Growing up.
Kevin McLaughlin, Jean McLaughlin.
Where's Peggy?
I think she already entered the convent.
Sad.
There's Billy, Barbara Lowfelm, Kevin. He seems to take a lot of mug shots.
Jeff.
I think that's Richard. Oh no, that is Jeff. Jeff. Billy. This is Beth.
Buckets of children. Buckets of wet babies.
No, wait. This is bath time at the farm. This is the refugees having a bath.
God.
And that is cold water being poured in upon that child. These children didn't get any warm water here.
That's spring water. I can't believe we're in
There's Aunt Henriette.
it. Incognito.
Aunt Dot there with the bare back. His mom. I don't know who that is. Do you, Dan?
No, I don't.
I think that's Jeff. The refugees are getting a drink again.
This must have been a reunion or some special gathering.
All the things at the farm were special gatherings. I think that might be Richard, that little one. Now here are all the grandchildren lined up.
Was it by age, Julie?
Yeah, by age. You notice who's first there.
Petering away to the little non-standees.
That was Frank sneezing in the background. There's Aunt Anne. Dottie Javes again. Little Vernon. Seesaw must have been transported from Honesdale to the farm. It also must have been Sunday, Dan, because we're all dressed in our good clothes. Remember on Sunday we weren't allowed to be in bare feet or shorts. Although Robert Hughes seems to be in shorts.
Remember there was a rule that someone had that when you got something new you had to wear it to church first. And we used to always laugh about getting a new bathing suit because we wanted to wear it to church.
It must be Sunday because Aunt Dot does not have on her backless dress. There's Mum saying, "Move, move." It's movie film.
I have to go to the bathroom.
And if you knew where it was, Robert Hugh.
You'd hold it till you got to New York.
Now we're doing our Queen Elizabeth rendition here. Robert Hugh did go to the bathroom. There's Dorothy Ann with a mini skirt on. Mum holding up the tree.
No, she'd just tell it to stay up.
And it stayed up.
Dude, still has to go to
Bob
the
being
bathroom.
silly. How do you like the furniture out in the yard? That was the lawn furniture.
Uncle Bob seemed to have this fixation about putting his thumb in his ear and waving his fingers.
And he has his Rudy Kazootie hat on. Now, a new DeSoto. Out with the old, in with the new.
That's nice.
Isn't that pretty? This must be where I got my love of convertibles. Hanging out with Mum as I did.
This is the spring house at the farm.
Which was the only decent structure on the property. You wonder how many people could pile into one of these cars. It seems like an endless supply of people. This is at the top of Uncle George's at the Delaware.
Looks like Dorothy Ann.
Yep. Julie and Jeff and Billy and Dan and Joan coming up in the rear.
And it's a hit. I think the picture was in the wrong place.
Looks like there's interference. Somebody coming through with a seahorse. Stop the game.
Oh, there's a lawn chair. And the roses. And another 3 lawn chairs. They must be new or something.
Well, I think they were newly covered canvas, right?
It's exciting to see the lawn chairs with no one in it for a change. But no, there they all are.
This is why they're not in the lawn chairs. This little pool was in Haley's backyard. That's probably Jimmy Brandhoover, Dorothy Ann, Dan, Joan in the blue suit.
Dorothy Ann in the corner.
Yeah, in the yellow. There's Dan.
Old high pocket suit there, huh?
Oh, that's Johnny Brandhoover there. Oops.
Can't believe we were all in that little pool. We must have been fairly desperate. Or it must have been very, very hot that day. Ah, there goes Rusty 1.
Or maybe it was Rusty 2 by that time. Or Rusty 4 or 5. Dan now has advanced to more electronic equipment for his lawn cutting.
Well, that was our first power lawnmower. Look at Dad. He's just sitting there watching his tool of a son do the lawn.
I like the black socks, Dan. Are you going to be doing a porno movie after this?
Yeah, that's what Dad was thinking about up there in the chair.
Here comes the star in the topless outfit. I think that's Dr. Haley cutting
And,
the grass.
he
in
had
the
a
back.
bigger, newer lawnmower. He had sort of a self-propelled four-wheel deal. We just had that little two-wheeler. When I got older, I took the engine from that and used it on a go-kart. And I had to put it back on the lawnmower every time the grass grew so we could cut the grass.
You took the engine from Dr. Haley's lawnmower?
No, I had to take it from ours.
Oh, look at that.
Boy, we are having fun now, huh? A shower.
Wonder how that worked.
It's fairly simple.
Look at Mary and Haley with the shower cap on. Well, how did it oh, it was a hose.
Hey, Jewel, you're all right.
I caught on real fast. There's Ruthie and Dorothy Ann. Ruthie was about 1.5 years older than Dorothy Ann.
She was really an animated little kid, huh?
Fun, fun, fun. Well, if you remember her mother.
That's why Bill had machines. He could make them move. Okay, here we go. First soldier in the family, huh?
Who is it?
It's a Navy officer.
Not really sure who that is. He evidently had liberty to come and pick up the children in the family, though. I guess we're not to know.
We'll never know who he is. Oops, there he is again.
That was Dorothy Ann running from the little black dog. The dog has not aged. It's been in the...
This is Christmas, the day after Michael was born.
How do we know that?
Well, we know that because I got that baby doll that Christmas. We also know it because I'm the one who put all this tape together. We also know it because that's the tree that fell over on Dad while Mom was in the hospital.
And is that Michael?
No, that's my baby doll. This was
Same.
our Dolls of All Nation collection, which I still have all packed away in boxes in my attic. They look somewhat worse for wear, however.
I don't notice any dolls there from the African nations.
Here comes Dorothy Ann out of the hallway into the Christmas scene. Unbeknownst that she has a new little brother. Isn't that cute? Down the steps. I guess that must be Michael. There's Julie with her new baby doll. And Michael again. I guess all these pictures were taken so that Mom could view them later on and share Christmas morning with us.
Michael in the carriage.
It doesn't look like it. It looks a little too big for Michael. I remember you announced to us, Dan, that we had a new baby brother. Now it is summer again and time for another garden party with some matching dresses made by the girls in the home ec department at Seton Hill.
This is all taking place up at Seton Hill.
Yeah, you see the ivory-covered walls.
Ivy-covered walls.
Ivy-covered walls. This has been a long
Thinking of
stretch.
the Ivory Tower.
There goes Dan in his cowboy outfit.
The Hopalong Cassidy clone.
And your boots.
Hair slicked down. Pound of Brill cream.
There's Mum, and is that you, Dan, or Dorothy Ann? Janie, I think Dorothy Ann might have on the burgundy velvet coat
Oh, that Beth wore and Laura wore.
Laura wore. This must still be at Seton Hill. Yes, Janie, it is.
It's a great hat that Mum has on.
Mum was known for her great hats. Now we're back at the
Flowering
house.
crabapple tree.
Yes, and it must be springtime because the forsythia is out. Someone just emerged from the tree. That's Dottie Benny. This is Dan's first communion.
I look great in white.
I look great in green, blue.
Wonder how long that stuff stayed white after the camera was turned off.
Dad really never changed, did he?
No, not really. Now look at those white socks, white shoes.
Can't believe Mom actually got you into that getup.
Good Catholic little kid.
There's Michael. Michael arrived home from the hospital just in time for your first communion.
A blessed event, that.
He certainly was a tiny little thing.
Everybody gets a crack here at holding him. Tweaking him, as you have to do to new babies.
Oh, there's Dorothy Ann holding the new baby.
Dad not letting go.
Right. However, Julie was allowed to hold him.
Okay, this appears to be back to First Communion.
Looks
You
like
guys must have suited up in your
Yeah.
First Communion outfits.
Joan and I went and got our veils and joined in the frivolity.
Hey, listen, it was a blessed time.
There's Ruthie Brandhoover. Johnny apparently.
Johnny and I were the same age, so he probably did his First Communion also.
Yeah. He looks fetching in white. Johnny from Oxnard.
The shrubs continue to grow.
Overtake the house. The crowd grows.
Overtakes the house.
There's Mrs. Brandhoover in the long skirted dress with the red shoes. I wonder if we're having an Easter egg hunt here or something.
It's hard to tell. There seems to be some oops, another kid has to go to the bathroom. Someone keeping in step. This is in Brandhoover's front yard, so there is that possibility. Maybe this was an Easter get-together.
Who is that masked man?
Did he leave a silver bullet?
Not yet. We may never know.
Maybe that's what we're looking for in the bushes.
Oh, now the roughhousing starts. Have some class about you. It's Julie with the new baby, Dorothy Ann tagging along behind.
This is in Honesdale.
Looks like we're back in Honesdale, yeah. That is really the baby that I'm allowed to be carrying around.
How old were you, Julie?
10.
Good babysitting age.
Dorothy, I was loud also. I'm bored. I'd rather jump over cracks.
She's doing a hopscotch. See it written there on the sidewalk? Oh, I got rid of that baby and I'm hopping too. There's Michael. Is that a microphone over the side of the carriage?
Life support system.
He looks rather chubby. There's Bob going off to the office. And Dan
Wall Street Journal under his arm.
under Bob's arm, not Dan's.
Talk about a big fish in a small pond.
That seemed to be the order of the day. I think we might be at the farm again with our primitive equipment.
A little close up there.
A little close. Oh yes, this is the farm.
Looks like the making of another get-together too. I can see the gathering clan.
How do you like the way I'm in the hammock with an adult actually pushing me?
It's because there's a camera going. Once the camera shuts down, you're on your own.
There's Michael in his little mesh cage, all zipped up to keep the mosquitoes out.
Or keep Michael in.
There's my mum. That looks like Renee, Dottie Javes.
Who was a kid hanging in the tree?
That was Linda Javes. There's my mum. Michael's in that little cage. A little difficult to see him. It's Dorothy Ann.
Is she eating off the chair there?
It looks like a box of candy on the chair. Maybe it is. That's where her plate was deposited.
Did you see that dog disappear behind her? Incredible. That must be Rusty too.
They came and went rather quickly. There's Dad walking through a lot of debris.
Look at the lineup of baby devices over there in the weeds.
Oh, you know what this was? It was a walkie-talkie or two cans on a rope or something, and Dad's at one end and someone's at the other end. He actually fell for our little fun and games.
Come here, Watson, I need you.
I don't know who that is. Looks like the McLaughlins, maybe. Telephone cord still goes through the middle. I don't think there's phone service up at the farm yet. That's Betty Conrad.
and struggling to get down off the porch.
Mama, I'm overseeing her dynasty. It's Aunt May in the hammock. One of the few times you will see Aunt May relaxing.
There's someone killing bugs.
Remember, Mama,
All right, now that's a Javes cake. There's no question in my mind. And that was probably, how old was I there? 4, 5?
8. You were 8. There's Billy Lofhelm. This was probably the last birthday that you actually celebrated with us at the farm, Dan. We continued to celebrate them, but you were at Craig's.
I used to arrive to be showered with gifts, and then I'd split. A little wretch taking. It probably was a cowboy cake. That was still the theme of my life.
The Javes cakes were beautiful. They had painted scenes on them. The ones they did for the girls had dolls with bouffant dresses as the cake part. Aunt May still hanging out in that hammock. Here's Michael having a bath.
He's come a long way for a baby.
How come he doesn't have a galvanized tub? Had they just invented plastic?
Quick, get him dressed. It's getting cold.
There's a little jumper chair that Dorothy Ann was seen previously in. There's Dorothy Ann.
Looks like she's wearing a placemat around her neck.
There's Dad, all dressed up in his galoshes and his suit and tie. Apparently someone thinks Michael should come out of there. It's hard to believe that Dad was 60 at this point, with a new baby. That's even better than you, Dorothy Ann.
Dorothy Ann rolling down the hill, getting beat to death by the little tassels.
And we seem to be out of the cone head stage into the square head stage. Dorothy Ann with her new baby. Look at the baby doll in the snow.
Roll that baby doll.
Maybe she thinks she's rolling a pie or something.
Well, Michael looks like he's been rolled down the hill pretty much the same way.
This is what they were doing while we were in school, Dan.
Using Michael for a bumper.
Come on, Michael, smile.
The rest of us are.
These are Michael's first steps. Well, his first crawls.
His first auto crash.
I wonder how many times Mom had to put down the camera and go and pick up the car.
There he is, looking out at his vast domain.
Looked like we owned all that at that point. We certainly played on it all.
At some point here, I guess we had the horse down at the stables there, didn't we?
Well, I don't think we got the horse for about another year or so. We got the horse just before Mum died. That was her last big gift to us, to Mom, actually. She died in 1953, so this is 1950. I can tell it's 1950 by the way the sun is slanting onto the porch. And also the fact that that's how old Michael would be at that point. That's a pretty tricky holding on situation there.
Looks like he has a striped suit on.
This is Timmy Brandhoover, who has just been born. The last of the Brandhoover clan.
Yes, we were all hoping it would be the last of the Brandhoover clan.
No one more than Mrs. Brandhoover.
Oh, is this Michael again?
No, this is still Timmy Brandhoover,
Being held by
Dad.
sort of a neighborly gesture, I guess.
Yeah, that was rather strange.
No question about who that is. Cheek's car.
There's Martha Haley. Ruthie Brandhoover bouncing in here all dressed up. Johnny. Dorothy Ann. Feet. Mrs. Brandhoover. Jimmy. Is that Joan in the background? Oh, in her cowboy outfit. Very fetching, Joan.
She was trying out for the Dale Evans look-alike contest. Mary Hamlin and Roy Rogers look-alike contest.
I can hardly wait to see what I'm going to have on. This appears to be another birthday party.
A strange background. It looks like we're overlooking a lake somewhere. Maybe the back lot was flooded.
No, it was just very early spring. This must have been Joan's birthday. Could account for the reason Joan is dressed up in her new cowboy outfit. Looks like Mom was not really into organizing the games at this party. We seem to be running amok.
There's a definite Western motif. I see Joan is trying to lasso or lasso someone.
The guests at the party. Well, now we seem to be at the airport here. The boys are throwing their paper airplanes. Dan, is that the same jacket you had on the other day?
That was my first bomber jacket. Got that from Flight Command.
There's a house up on the kite flying property, the beginning of Northmont on the hill.
That was the beginning of the end. We had to start selling off our vast holdings out there to support the ever-growing family.
This is Michael.
Okay.
Seems to be Robert Hugh Lowfelm. Must be another visit from Bob and Dottie.
He doesn't look like he's happy to be there. Maybe if we put something in his wagon.
Well, I think Uncle Bob was happy to be there. There's Dorothy Ann in an oversized jacket. There's Barbara and Dorothy Ann. Isn't that nice? They stopped the swing.
Bob and Dot in a standard pose. It wouldn't be Easter without you. I assume there's a child behind the glass. Or
It must be Michael. There's another car going up the driveway, which does not seem to have improved over the years one bit. A lot of activity going on in the yard. There's Bill Brandhoover down on his hands and knees clipping the yard. Dad is using more modern equipment.
that was a real group rake. Who's the vixen in the pink sweater?
I don't know who that is, but that's Mum in the doorway, and I don't know who this is either.
There's our 52 Ford.
Yeah. This must have been a friend of Mum. She looks like that kind of a stately lady. There's Michael out doing some yard work.
Dorothy Ann with my hoe. Michael with someone's cane.
Michael really thought he could rake up the grass with that. Look how tiny he is.
He was a cute little fella. In later years, he learned to hold the cane with the pointy end down. Dorothy Ann's sitting on her hoe.
I haven't seen a lot of work done by anybody. This is Lynch's pool, where we used to spend a lot of time in the summer.
It was Charles McKenna Lynch. We were friends with the Quinn family, grandchildren of Charles McKenna.
Who was one of the original,
Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, Smith.
and Bean. These pools don't look like they were highly chlorinated.
That was a nice place. It was surrounded by a private golf club and a lot, acres and acres of land, all belonging to the Mr. Lynch.
The property is now the University of Pittsburgh's campus at Greensburg, and it is still beautifully maintained. I doubt if this pool still remains, or if it does, it's been renovated.
We used to play the game called Tom Tom Pull Away.
Oh, I remember that. This seems to be Michael in the backyard in Greensburg, and is this the doghouse? Clubhouse, it says.
I think what happened is Rusty 2 or 3 died, and I converted into a clubhouse. And that was a cannon on top to keep the Brandhoovers away.
I think this is Dorothy Ann and Joya going off on a trip to visit one of Joya's sons and their families. This is the Pittsburgh airport in the early days with a prop jet or something.
Oh, that wasn't a jet. That was just your basic prop.
Just a basic prop.
Great takeoff. I think that was a Lockheed Electra in the foreground that they were loading up on. This is, that's Taffy, perhaps.
Look
That's
at
the
Michael.
The Koontz Kid dog.
A Kuntz dog?
Yeah.
Look at the bathing suit on Michael. Is that a Speedo?
All right, we're back where? That's looks
This,
like a new
I
place.
think, is at Point Lookout on Long Island, the Murphy's home at the beach in Long Island.
Yeah, it's a possibility. That's,
Yes, these
that's
are
what it
the-
looks like.
The Murphy cousins. This, as I recall, was rather a nice spread right on the beach. That was Aunt Edna, an aunt on Mom's side. The yards were all filled with sand also. That's Julie Murphy and Gertrude Murphy, the blonde. Joan. And this beach was just right down the street from that gate where we were all standing.
We are back to our beginnings, the sea.
I don't see you there, Dan. You must have been at Craig's.
I'm probably there somewhere. Comes another wave. You had to be there.
Now we're at the Delaware at Aunt May's.
Just from one watering hole to the next, huh?
You know, in the summer we spent a lot of time in water. If it wasn't Lynch's pool, it was Point Lookout, Long Island.
Or the Delaware River. Or the little frog pond behind the farm.
Yeah, we seem to have escaped that for the last few thousand feet of footage. It's somebody with their umbrella and old-fashioned bathing suit. Isn't that classic? I think that's Aunt Alice from Catasauqua.
And she wasn't fooling either. She was really dressed like that.
No, they were dressed up for something.
No, they weren't.
Oh, weren't
No.
they?
No.
They really dressed like that?
They were there for the beach.
Was that Mom?
I'd be the last to admit it.
Oh, no.
And there we go for a boat ride with Paul, I think. He used to, or is that Uncle George? I believe that's Uncle George.
Is it Uncle George? Yeah, because that's Richard and
Yeah. You notice
Billy
they
and
always
Jack.
had to wear the life jackets.
Yes, well, safety at all cost. The river was very low.
First, you put your foot. A little dance there, courtesy of Mikey. He seems to be tooling off in a definite direction.
What's all the equipment on the ground there? Trees Michael's cut down?
Love your outfit, Mikey.
I love the ruffles. Must have been left over from Dorothy Ann. Oh, now we're into a real manly outfit.
Yeah, it looks a little better.
Dorothy Ann with the ruffles and the cowboy boots. In front of the roses. If it's not the front door, it's the roses. Anyone in the audience wondering about this will be the last child you will see taking their first steps until the next generation.
That's exciting news, Joel.
I thought so, Dan. There's Joan in her bathrobe.
Is this when she was recovering from her disease?
It probably was about this time that Joan was sick for a while. Apparently she's better now. We're all eating. What is this we're eating, Dan?
Ice cream, I believe. I must have learned how to spell it, so Mum would buy it all for us.
Those people there were the Rollets from Canada.
They've been in our lives before.
Yes, that's Dr. Rollet and Lalotte Rollet, who as of this date is still alive.
How about Elizabeth?
Last I heard, Elizabeth was living in Washington, D.C., but I haven't kept in touch with Elizabeth, nor she with me.
It's too close for comfort.
She might spit at me.
Now, who's this? This woman?
That's Lalotte Rollet. And at this point, I think she had just been determined to have multiple sclerosis.
And we started using the grass drive, as we called it, on that side of the house.
Yes.
That was Lalotte's, Rollett's French car, I guess, huh?
Well, it was a little car from England, and it was the first time they ever used turn signals, and it had little wooden flaps that stuck out on the side of the car when you wanted to turn right or turn left. You flipped up these little pointers. Michael again, walking. I think this time he's up on the top porch.
Seems to be his favorite place, walking back and forth in front of the railings there.
That was like our big playpen. We were out there a lot to play. It's a wonder we didn't slide underneath or through those bars.
It obviously is fall or winter. He seems to be dressed for cold weather.
Creeping always came in handy when all else failed. I think this might be somewhat out of sequence because Michael was certainly getting around a lot better a few frames back.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right.
He must have wet his pants.
Major.
Because we have a replacement on the bottom half. Michael's getting ready to learn how to run a lawnmower to take over Dan's business. We start out on the porch with the toy equipment.
It's like he's been doing a little business of his own.
Busy, busy, busy. Is that a little tail? Sorry, Michael, but it is funny.
Okay, looks like we're back at Christmas, a couple years after Michael was born. Out in the woods gathering our own little Christmas tree. We're all helping. There's an unidentified person, Julie.
That's Mom.
Damn, I knew she looked familiar.
She's got her long cone head hat on. That's Julie in the blue. Joan in another blue suit. That must be the... Oh, that's Dr. Jacoby.
That's right, that's who it is. Yeah. There was someone else. It was in one of the last frames.
There's Ginny Jacoby.
With the axe. I know what she had in mind.
If you had ever attended one of Dr. Jacoby's classes, you'd know exactly what she had in mind. Is that you, Dan?
Yeah, that's me with my early flight suit.
Now this is back at home. It looks like a snowball battle is ensuing. That must be Dorothy Ann, unable to move. Sled riding without the sled, a popular form of entertainment.
I think that was Brandhoover's Bank we used to run down. Then in the spring they had this big bare spot.
This is Julie on skis.
Great form.
That's Joan on skis. It was great going down, but it sure was awful coming back up. There's Dad's grape arbor. Remember all the grape jelly? I can't eat grape jelly to this day. That's nice for...
Dan.
Really?
No, I won't touch it because that's all we used to have. Tons of that stuff.
Oh,
Cut to summer. This isn't from our family. They're too happy.
that's Dorothy Ann and Michael. Some other unidentified child.
Do you suppose it's
Uh,
at Aunt May's?
I think it's at Uncle George's. Oh, in and out of the picture here. I don't know where this is. That's Dorothy Ann and Michael. If they'd stop swinging, we could figure out who they were. It must be at Uncle George's because there's Aunt Betty. Nice pictures of the river. That looks
Okay.
like little Betty and Michael just dashing out of the picture there.
Apparently still at the river.
That looks a little like Laura, Janie.
That was Betty. Little Betty.
I don't know who the goat is. There's Richard.
Sort of replaced the black sheep from earlier years. Now that we have a live black sheep in the family. Not you, Mike. I'm referring to your earlier brother. Okay, Mom with her tribe again.
This, I think, is Timmy Branhoover's christening.
This
There's
is Moore.
Betty Moore.
She was another DeSoto driver.
Yeah, that's Mike Moore's aunt. There's Julie, Joan, Mary Brandhoover, Mum. Who's the blonde?
I don't know. She may be Haley. Mrs. Haley.
There's Bill Brandhoover without his circus.
That's Marion Haley.
That was Marion in the green jacket. This is Madame Boogie and her brand new colt.
You recall the colt's name?
Little Boogie.
Baby Boogie.
Baby Boogie. Baby Buggy. No, Dan, I don't recall the colt's name.
It's obvious now.
Don't
What?
ask questions you don't want to hear the answer to. This is Mom's Georgian court reunion, and she took Joan and me along for it. This inspired Joan in later years to attend this lovely institution, mainly because she did not want to go to Seton Hill.
It looks so graceful.
It was a real finishing school. Apologies to Joan, who apparently got a very good education there since she's the most well-educated of the family.
To date. What are we doing there?
Well, I think we're climbing on the horse sculpture, Dan.
This is a school where the nuns painted clothes on all the little naked angels on some of the wallpaper. Remember in the main building?
This was also the school that was originally the home of Jay Gould, and he had a family in America who lived in this mansion and another whole family in England who lived in a mansion over there. And he commuted between his two families at 6-month intervals by ship. And neither family knew about the other one until the death of Jay Gould. Joan, you could probably fill this in for your family more.
There's a quick cut from Joan's alma mater to mine.
You were waiting a long time to say that. Here's little Timmy Branhoover. Gosh, if we didn't have to go through our first steps, now we have to go through the whole neighborhood's first steps.
Not with an editing machine sitting right here.
Well, this is Julie and Joan's confirmation. I don't know where Joan is. She ducked out on this one. Must be Julie and Timmy's. Oh, there's Joan. Very fetching dresses. Dan's alma mater in the background.
I used to spend a lot of time in there.
There's Marion Haley in the center.
The savior of Ethiopia.
There's another dog. Michael, Dorothy Ann, Timmy. His arms being pulled out of the sockets. It's funny to see Michael helping someone else learn how to walk.
I think that dog was a Branhoover dog. I forget its name, but remember it was a fairly annoying little animal. That's April Star. That's the horse that my mother, and your mother too, got from Mum as a gift.
This is the man April Star was purchased from, and he's doing a demonstration ride for Mum and some members of the Murray family to see if this is exactly the horse to be sent to the Carr family in Greensburg.
Showing off the optional equipment, the extras.
This is Bill Murray now going to give it a little workout.
April Star was what they called a 5-gated palomino, bred for show and for parades, etc.
Wasn't she circus trained?
Don't tell Mr. Branhoover that.
He'd have her made into a miniature and put into his little circus.
Where did she come from? Where was this filmed?
Somewhere around Honesdale. Mum bought her, and then also had her bred just before she was sent out to us. So she arrived
With optional equipment.
containing a colt, which was born a few months later, and we kept for a year or so. Pretty horse. This is Uncle George's family. There's little Betty and Big Betty and Richard. They have
Uncle
all-
Walt.
They have all come to see the new horse. So this must have been at Christmas time when the Lowfelm gang was in Honesdale again. There's Kathy, Mum, and the new member of the Carr family, April Star Carr.
That's horse show at the farm, the Hunt Club, Westmoreland Hunt Club, which was just down behind our house. And when April Star came to Greensburg, that's where she was boarded.
It was her home. Our house is just up behind us, behind the photographer here. This was our playground.
We used to ride in that show every year. We all had a collection of blue ribbons and yellow ribbons and red ribbons from it. I'm not sure where they went.
More yellow and red than blue. And here's Michael wending his way through the weeds down to the horse show. Joan and Julie.
This was out of Taylor's, I think, where we all learned to ride.
Yeah, I think this was a Taylor's. There's Mum's DeSoto convertible.
He was commissioned to teach all the Carr kids the fine art of equestrianism.
There's Dan. on a pinto pony.
Riding tall in the saddle.
Dorothy Ann. Now that we've all learned how to walk, now we're learning to ride. There's Michael. I think we could have found a smaller horse for you, Mike. Here go the hunt dogs out for the hunt. The foxes were kept in little cages because the farmers did not want actual foxes running through their farmland. So the foxes were kept in cages along with
Burlap bags.
bags with the scent in, and then just before the hunt master would ride through the hunt trail dragging these burlap bags, and the dogs then would follow the scent and the horses would follow the dogs. And every Wednesday afternoon and Saturday the Westmoreland hunt took off across the countryside for its hunt excursion. It was quite a beautiful sight. Reminded you of merry old England.
They also used to set up a way around all those jumps because some of the people that participated in the hunt didn't jump, including our mom, who liked to ride the hunt but not jump.
Well, I don't think April Star was a jumper either.
No, she wasn't. She was. She had legs far too fragile for jumping.
It was quite a beautiful sight. Something that people all came out to watch. And there's one shot.
Back at the farm somewhere.
I think this is back at the hunt club.
That's where you jump up on the horse. That cement thing that Mom was sitting on is where you mount up.
The fields. There's April Star. Looks like a Hollywood picture, doesn't it? Isn't that great? To think that that land is all filled with housing developments now. I wonder where April Star is.
You don't want me to answer that?
No, I really don't. I like to think of her as we see her in the pictures. Now, this is April Star's new colt,
Blue Blaze.
Peavine's Blue Blaze. She had a definite blue streak down the front of her face, and it was a blue tint. She was just born, hours before these movies were taken.
Yeah, I had watched her being born. I was in the stall when she was born.
Really?
Really.
You and Maggie can compare notes.
We didn't have a midwife around.
Right after Blue Blaze was born, April Star took her out and just ran her little legs off in the field until they both were just exhausted.
Look at that poor little thing trying to keep up with her mother. Probably going after her first meal.
This is what she had to do to get it. I'm sure glad we were given about a year before we had to get up on our hind legs and run through the fields.
Who's that?
It was probably someone who was there to deal with the birth, or a guy named Eli Scurry, who was the groom and the manager of the Hunt Club stables.
This is Joan. I think we must be back at Taylor's for our lesson again. I think this is Julie. Is that Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, I think it is.
I don't know who all these people are. Did we actually share a lesson with other children?
Yeah, I think he did group lessons. We'd go out there with a whole bunch of other people and go out for long rides.
There's Dan on April Star. Joan.
I think we used to have like preparation lessons before one of the horse shows. We'd go out and get.
Is that Sheila Quinn? That I do believe is Sheila Quinn on the left there.
Possible she used to do the riding lessons, I recall.
You look good, Dan. Like a Hopalong Cassidy.
My memories of Sheila Quinn were always more vivid around her grandfather's pool.
We recognized her out there. I think this is Julie and Joan. Oh, Joan has quite a cowboy getup on. Cute, Joan.
It's like Johnny Cash, the new Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash. Those were exciting times.
Wild and exciting days. At least we got out of the cone head hats. That's me. Oh, and there's Michael. Michael? We seem to have gone a little backwards in sequence here, if this is Michael.
Yeah, it's Michael. It's a little out of sync, but definitely Michael.
A little out of focus, too. We seem to be into the riding era right now. Expended a lot of film on riding pictures.
Is that Mrs. Paxton, whom your mother used to ride with?
I'm not real sure.
That's possible. It kind of fits the general description, as I recall, Mrs. Paxton.
Ginny Paxton. Is that Mom? And why is she not riding April Star? Oh, this was a festive event. Joan and I organized a May crowning on the lower terrace, and Mom invited quite a group of people for the audience. There were even some nuns from Seton Hill. This was definitely during our holy years. Janie, pick yourself up off the floor. Oh, there's Mary Ann Farrell, Marion Haley, Cecilia somebody.
Holy Julie.
Guess who organized it, and guess who was the May Queen? My gosh, did the nuns wear their full regalia? Oh, this must have now flipped to a Seton Hill graduation ceremony. There's Dad.
Who's that with him?
She was one of the professors there. I don't really remember her name.
Okay, here's little Michael mounting up in one of his early four-wheel vehicles.
Look at the legs going. My gosh, it's a wonder he didn't skin his knees.
That's one of my early vehicles, I think.
Is that for the soapbox derby? Behind the hollyhocks and the zinnias again. Oh, Michael's going to try the larger vehicle. Oh, just to wave from. This is Dorothy Ann riding. Really nice outfit, Dorothy Ann.
Yeah, it's color-coded, matched.
I don't know who those children are. This is Julie with Michael, giving Michael a riding lesson or something. Back to snow. Michael, I think Michael has Dan's old snowsuit on.
It's obviously not a fitted snowsuit built for him.
Oh, here we are in front of Haley's house again. They must have been away for the weekend. Oh, another cone head crawling out from under the car. Built like from 35 to 39 or something. And we
Okay, I think that was Dad's 1951 Ford.
47
That's
Ford.
Marco Zambano, the dog that just went by.
There's Michael again in Dan's snowsuit. The snowsuit that fit Dan at this present time. Michael's also wearing. A little difficult to get around in. Oh, this is a wonderful sequence. Every year when Mum visited, she took all Mom's lady friends out for lunch. And this is the group assembling at the Adams house for the annual Mum luncheon. I really cannot identify anyone except Mom there. Betty Moore probably is somewhere in the group. Someone dropped the camera. There is Mum arriving. I think that's Betty Moore who just latched on there. This was quite the social event of the year.
Great old Woody in the background.
Do you think Dad took a day off to take these movies? Or do you think a photographer was hired?
It definitely wasn't a photographer.
Michael, of course, was not included in the luncheon. Meanwhile, back home on the range.
Guess how much colder it was home.
Yes, well, Mum did not allow snow to fall on the Adams house for their luncheon.
Okay, this is back down at the Hunt Club. I guess we skied all the way down there when the snow was good enough.
Cross-country skied to do our horseback riding. Mum cleared the snow away again. I think we're back at the farm. This is another quick trip to the farm.
No, there's a real structure in the background. It's definitely not the farm.
Whose car was that? That's not Mum's. What is that?
This is at Uncle George's place.
Oh,
That
yeah.
may have been Uncle George's car. He had a convertible at one point.
What is Uncle George pushing?
That's the outboard motor and the oars for the boat.
Even Michael's pushing. Looks like Michael has his bathrobe on. The child labor laws were not in effect yet. This is another horse show. Mom and Dan seem to be participating in this horse show.
Yeah, Mom was dressed up in full Hunt Club battle array.
She looked good on a horse. Very good.
And April Star was a really good horse to show because she had that real pronounced gait. When she'd walk, she'd hold her head up, highly arched neck, her tail up, and she'd just prance.
She was also known as a very high-strung horse. Dorothy Ann and Michael in the snow. Dorothy Ann with her bib on again. Looks like Michael has acquired the conehead uniform. The rest of us have graduated into a more flathead motif.
Notice the size of the shrubs in the first part of in the early years. They were absolutely nothing. We even trained a horse to run toward the camera.
Hey, if she was going to be a car, she had to learn that trick. The only thing she never did was come out the front door. This is wonderful.
It's April Star and her little colt Blue Blaze.
There's Julie in her full riding regalia. This is Mom riding on the street in front of the farm, the Hunt Club farm. A few houses were starting to be built at this point. Dan, remember we used to call them the little houses?
No.
Well, from our house, they look like little tiny houses, and we called them the little houses.
I believe I used to refer to them as the surf houses. This is sort of a montage of quick shots of
Looks like Catherine Kushner and Nick Kushner.
She looks real experienced with horse riding.
She should have been. She had horses all her life. Did you know she used to board her horse with the New York City Mounted Police in New York City, and when she wanted to ride, she went over to the police stables and got out her horse and
then she had a horse in New Jersey when they lived up at the farm.
Well, it was the same horse. His name was Johnny. They took him from Brooklyn to New Jersey.
Oh, that's right. She used to tell us endless stories about Johnny.
Yes, there's a picture of me sitting on Johnny's back. I think Johnny died shortly after I was born. So she had babies for a few years and then had another horse. Frisky. This is Julia and Michael going on a trip to visit one of Julia's sons back at the Pittsburgh airport.
That's right. We had shots earlier of Julia leaving on a trip with someone else.
Dorothy Ann.
So Michael now had a shot at flying. I think both Dorothy Ann and Michael flew before I ever did.
You're certainly making up for it, Dan. There they go.
This was in days before hijackers.
This
You
is-
could actually walk from the parking lot to the plane.
What kind of plane is it, Dan?
I'm not sure. That looks like a Fairchild, but I don't know the model number of it.
Looks like a TWA to me. This must be at the farm. This was the only dirt road we knew in those days.
Yeah, this is back to farm.
Oh, this is somebody up on top of the roof of the spring house.
It's Rambo.
What are they doing?
Maybe it was some sort of a right to keep the roof up another year.
It's Aunt May lounging about again, Aunt May. Dottie Javes.
The washing machine, notice the long cord going out to the machine. They used to discharge the machine right into the swamp.
I think electricity may have found its way. There's Jeff. Aunt Betty. Little Betty. I think this is Catherine Kushner with her back.
Billy.
That looked a little like David.
It did, didn't it, Janie? Yes.
The fact that everyone's facing one way is ominous because that usually meant that some sort of ceremony was about to take place.
How would you know, Dan? You never were around for them.
As soon as people lined up one way, I split.
And got out their rosary beads. There's Richard. This I think that's one of Vinny's kids there, the long dark hair. It's Dorothy Ann in a bathing suit.
Some good camera work.
Billy still being silly. Oh, those skinny little kids are the tenant farmers' children.
The ones that lived up the road at Allen's.
The Allen kids, yeah. A quick trip back to Greensburg, we heard some snow fell on the ground. Wanted to catch it real quick. Dan, this is the small beginnings of what you know to later be quite a toboggan run.
And the black dog, I think, that follows everybody down and tries to eat them was one of the Kuntz dogs. It was like a killer dog that they had.
Coming down backwards. That was quite a nice hill there. The only problem was, as you see, going back up.
The inspiration for that round sled track, and I think this was the beginnings of it, when you went down naturally, you hit that tree. So we put a little deflector in.
Oh,
And then it deflected us into the pole, so we had to put another deflector in, and that resulted in the final full round sled track that we built.
the shrubs certainly have grown up, covering most of the house at this point. I do believe we'll see a house next door, briefly, to Haley's at this point. Oh, we start with close-ups. Looks like Michael. Oh, a new trick. Oh,
Mom's here again.
no, Dan, this is me at Camp Blue Heron, where I was a Girl Scout counselor. There I am. Having never been a Girl Scout in my entire life, I started right out as a counselor at this camp.
It's impressive.
All the little people in their white sailor hats are my charges. I lived in that tent for the entire summer. Outdoor plumbing. Mom kept sending me money to come home. I had a wonderful time with the money. I never went home. This is the... Oh, I guess those people in the hats are Joan, Dorothy Ann, and Ruthie Branhoover, who have come to visit me at camp. Mom couldn't quite believe that I was actually living there.
Where was it?
Northern New Jersey, up near Lake Mohawk. Sparta, New Jersey. The Westfield Girl Scout Council had bought the land across from the house at the farm and talked about turning it into a camp. And I applied there thinking it would be real nice to have a job right across from the farm and be close to my family but be making some money. They never really did turn it into a camp, but they offered me a job at this location, and certainly
They would have had to call it Camp Swampy.
Camp Swamp. Yeah. This was quite a nice camp, and I had a really unusual summer there.
We're on the beach now.
Yeah. There's Dad on the beach in his,
And his beach coat.
his beach shirt and tie.
Yeah, that was definitely his beach tie. It had little surfers on it.
Do you know where I think this is? Uncle Bob, for a time, owned a house right on the beach, somewhere in Long Island.
I remember that. You couldn't get away from the sand. There was sand in the bed, sand in the food, sand
I
everywhere.
remember it was terrible, and I think that's why I've never really wanted to spend any time close to the beach since then.
I think it was in Long Beach, Long Island.
Was it?
No, Long Beach was Point Lookout.
That's where the Murphys had their place.
But we used to go there once a summer for several years.
And we went to Aunt May's and Uncle George's and then to Uncle Bob's place. Well, it wasn't until I found Duck, North Carolina, that I found a place on the beach that I could stand.
Duck, North Carolina.
Yes, Dan, it's on the outer banks of North Carolina, north of Kitty Hawk and Nag's Head. I believe you've been there.
Yep. Okay, who's that? Someone dressed up for the beach?
Is that Mom?
I don't know. We're cutting back to the TWA again here. Oh, this is a different shot. This isn't the same plane, and someone is arriving.
Oh, goodness, goodness. Oh, well, now this is Dorothy Ann and Julia going off.
No, maybe they're coming back.
They went away a few years ago.
In the meantime, we went to the beach, had a winter, and
And Julie went to camp. Was that the fuel truck there with the ladder on the side?
it may be deja vu, but I think I've seen this before.
Well, a plane taking off really doesn't look any different from the last plane taking off. Well, there's Julia and Dorothy Ann getting on the plane.
Maybe they did come back. They didn't like what they saw. They're heading out again.
Maybe that earlier shot was just a picture of Julia going off by herself. Remember when things got tough around the house, Julia used to go over to Betty Moore's for the weekend, especially when Frank and I would arrive with the children. Julia all of a sudden remembered a previous engagement at Betty Moore's.
Julia was not good under pressure. That's our 1955 Ford.
And a headless mother. Oh, there's Ginny Paxton. She was quite an exotic creature.
Okay, and here's Susie Haley, another exotic creature. Back to the horses. Joan and April. I was going to say that. I did say that. Who's that?
That's Julie on the dark horse.
There's Joan and April Starr.
You already said that.
I don't know who the other people are.
Some grass.
Something Dorothy Ann got into in later years. Who's the dark horse? Is that still Madame Boogie?
I think it was one of Mr. Taylor's horses. I don't know who it was.
Love your boots.
I think they're sneakers and white socks. This was not a full attire day.
This looks like it was out at a tailor's again.
Yeah, now I've changed horses. That's not April Starr, though.
Were you in the middle of a stream? Cut. Where are we now?
We're at the farm, I think, at another reunion. Jeff, as you can see, we're all growing up.
Seemed to be a certain sameness about our lives.
Yes, we rode horses, swam, went to the farm, had a reunion.
Went to Seton Hill.
There's Nick Kushner and somebody, I don't know, Dad.
Without a tie.
My goodness, this must be an informal occasion. There's Matt Schiebel in the plaid shirt.
He was an attorney, right?
Yeah. There's the shrine in the background that Uncle Walt built to commemorate Mum-Mum's life.
The name of the farm was Sleepy Hollow. That was carved in concrete in the two pillars outside the farm area. There's all the cars that came for the reunion. That's our black 58 Ford. one that I think Michael ultimately trashed. Maybe I did.
One that you didn't trash, Dan?
I think I didn't get to that one first.
I think this is Hugh Murphy at the grill here. One of Mom's cousins. Quite a slab of steak there. It's Uncle George conferring with the cook.
Uncle George had the famous steaks. He always had the biggest, thickest, rarest steaks at the reunion.
Ah, yes.
We always had fresh corn from one of the farms in the area. Great food.
There's Honey in the hat.
Aunt Nora.
Jumping around a little too much. I'm not sure who everybody is.
That was a quick pan back and forth.
Yeah, this is an amateur photographer here.
It's like they had the camera mounted on a windshield wiper.
Obviously, it wasn't Dad taking it because he really got good over the years. Back to the shrine where we all gathered later to say the rosary.
Not all of us, Julie.
Back over to the other side where the fires are blazing. The steaks are cooking. The corn is boiling in the house. I think we cooked by gas in those days because there was no electricity.
We had big cans of propane out in back of the place.
Quick trip back to Greensburg, back to the farm
Chicken
behind
farm.
our house. These were Dorothy Ann's chickens that she got a little chick for Easter, and this is what they grew up into a big one.
One grew faster than the others.
No, well, maybe this wasn't the case. Maybe this was actually a hen that was given to Dorothy Ann and had these little chicks, because they sure don't look like the Easter variety, do they?
No, they don't. I don't think that was the case. I think Michael's the one that had the out of control.
Right, and it attacked
Yeah.
him, and he had stitches over his
Right,
eye.
And they were.
Michael's kids, check your father for stitches over his eye
It was an irate rooster.
that had been colored as a chick for Easter.
Yeah. Well, this is a different scene. I'm not sure where that chicken and little peeps came from.
This is Mom and Dad riding bikes on the road at the farm. It's probably the only time I ever remember seeing Mom and Dad riding bikes.
Almost seeing them. They cut quite a dashing figure, huh?
Is that Joan?
Yeah, it's Joan.
The road is in much improved condition from the early years. And now I do believe it is actually paved.
Oh,
Here's-
it's a little float. This is floating in the back pond.
Floating in the back pond.
There's Michael and a little rubber ducky there. Now, looks like someone back up on the roof of the spring house. It might be that same group that was up there at night. There's Mom. Well, that looks like Marco Zambano dog, but he doesn't seem to be in the right place. Now we're at Javes Pool in New Jersey. This was the grandfather who had a nice little spread and a real nice pool. This is the place where I used to refuse to come out of the water. I'd wait for everyone else to get dressed, and then I'd jump back in the pool again and stay out in the middle. No one could get to me.
Mom had a long hook that she'd pull you in with. Some kind of a hook to pull the tubes in. This was another spring-fed pool. It was not chlorinated. The water just ran through it, so it was always at a almost freezing temperature.
Okay, we're back in Greensburg. This looks like another horse show. There's Mom,
I think that's
April
you, Dan.
Star. Well, that's me on a black horse.
Right, yeah.
See, we were riding in the seat and hands class where we had to make the horses do all sorts of exotic things. One of these shows, I was riding April Star, and she decided to lay down and roll over. Evidently, it was some hidden command that we hadn't discovered, or a button that we pushed, and she did it.
This is the cathedral school dedication. The reason we left this in is that we all attended this school at one point, and Mom taught there for a long time. And there was quite a ceremony with all kinds of regalia. There's Bishop Kinnair, and I think Dorothy Ann and maybe Michael participated in this procession. There's Dorothy Ann in the red coat.
Well, I went to that school.
There's Dad. Dad was president of the PTA, so he was a big shot around
They're the
there.
Rathcab kids, aren't they? Or the Jacoby kids?
The Jacoby kids.
And they-
I don't know why Michael is dressed in the plastic bag.
They
Quite
had-
an attractive outfit.
They had very identifiable heads.
Well, at least they weren't cone heads.
No. Look, who's the plastic bag?
Michael!
Oops, back to snow. Okay, that's,
We seem to have quite a lot of snow when it fell.
yeah.
When it fell, the camera came out.
This was the jump that was built, a little ski jump or a sled jump.
I think that was Dorothy Ann.
Looks like more trees had been planted over the years to kind of get in the way of the sled run.
Mr. Brandhoover spent all summer planting trees so you could avoid them all winter. Looks like Dorothy Ann and Michael rolling themselves into cookie shapes or something.
Roll into the camera, roll into the camera. Okay, there we go. Back to summer.
Dorothy
And
Ann's first communion. There's Ruthie in the blue hat. A lot of people without heads. There's Dorothy Ann on the right, in case you didn't recognize her.
is that Ruthie Brandhoover?
No, I don't know who that is.
There's
That's
Ruthie
Ruthie Ann.
Brandhoover.
Ruthie was a year older than Dorothy Ann, so she had already made her first communion.
Dressed like a little Mormon kid.
There's Mom. Are they the Jacoby kids? Who are they?
Yeah, they look like Jacoby
Now
kids.
there's the school finished. Did you attend that new part, Dan?
I went to 8th grade in Newport with Sister Marie Vincent, the same nun that you had when you
We
went to
all
8th
had
grade.
Sister Marie Vincent.
She had us.
Sister Marie Vincent is still alive, and I send her a Christmas card and receive one from her every year. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
Anybody who would sit for hours putting these films together would correspond with Sister Marie Vincent.
Yeah.
Michael and Dorothy Ann and Timmy and, who was that, Ruthie? Oh, there's Betty Moore in her car again. I do believe we are back to another horse show.
Maybe this was going on while the horse show was still in session. And we were all numbered there. I don't know if it was sequentially or just for the events.
What did you and Mom do, Dan? Compete against each other for ribbons?
Yeah, I think we did. I think we were in the same class.
I can remember being in horse shows, but I don't see any movies of me. It seems to be all of you and Mom.
You can almost see our house up in the background on the hill.
Who was the guy in the army uniform riding the horse?
That may have been Eli. You remember Eli.
Eli Scurry. Or Scurvy, or whatever.
Lock up your daughters and your dogs. Eli's in town.
Yes. We were not allowed to go into the barn alone if Eli was in there.
I was.
No, I wasn't. Was Eli an army type?
I'm not sure now. You see, Star was dressed in her Western regalia there. We used to do Eastern and Western. She had two sets of
So
tack.
was Michael. His dad and Aunt Anne walking on the road in front of Aunt May's place. I don't have any idea why Dad has that rag. Probably he dragged Aunt Anne out of the house where she was cleaning. There's Aunt May, not wanting to be in the picture.
Was that a ceremonial apron that Aunt Anne had on, or was that...
Aunt
The
Anne
real
and
thing.
Aunt May usually had aprons on. This must have been in the fall up at Idlewild Lodge.
Idlehour Lodge.
Idlehour Lodge.
Great spot. It was really a super place.
Beautiful.
They used to have boarders, and people that were building projects on the river used to stay there.
That bridge. Unfortunately, the house, the next scenes we'll see the flood that ravaged the house completely.
Yeah.
And then after we did help, but I'm sure we didn't do all the work, helped get it cleaned up.
Burned down.
It burned down. Beautiful, gracious old house.
Either too much water or not enough water. There's some great shots of trees,
I
cars.
guess this is all around Aunt May's house.
It seems to be taken from a mountaintop somewhere. Was that across? No, that's from our porch. Or not?
It looked like your porch railing. Must have been new houses being built behind your house, maybe.
This is Mom and Dad at some kind of a convention. I really have no idea what it was. They both seem to have name badges on. Dad apparently has told Mom to move because it's moving pictures, and she walked up and down the sidewalk. It's a gorgeous old building. Maybe someone else can identify that.
I can't.
Janie, do you know where that building is now?
Haven't the foggiest.
It's on Dorothy Ann's back porch.
Don't you wish?
They both appear to be walking around aimlessly.
But their name badges leads me to believe that they're... Maybe it's some kind of PTA convention that Dad was attending.
Well, now we know something about the place.
The name of it must be Entrance Exit.
What does it say, Rotary?
Dad didn't belong to Rotary, so... Now here's Aunt May and Betty.
And Betty.
Oh no, that's Nancy.
What?
He's not in our family.
Okay, a quick cut to the Deeps.
No, is it the Deeps or the Delaware River?
It may be Cindy Bailey's pond in Greensburg.
Oh, I don't think so, because there's Agnes.
You're right. It wouldn't be Cindy Bailey's pond.
Who's Cindy Bailey? I think we'll see some great form from Dorothy Ann's swimming here, and we're glad to know that she has improved greatly. It somehow doesn't look like the Delaware River.
It's
but-
not the Delaware River. It is the pond it was Dr. Bailey's pond in Greensburg.
What was Agnes doing there?
She was,
Swimming.
someone was always there. But I recognize the boat and the raft from that place. We used to swim there quite often too.
Dorothy Ann's beautiful form. Certainly went into a great water change there.
It's after all the kids came, turned yellow.
Brown. I think that was me.
Okay, a new baby. Briefly. Back to the pond. Don't really recognize too many of the people there. There was a stone.
That's you, Dan.
Yeah, it is. Great strokes.
What was the name of that stroke?
The breaststroke.
This is known as the tube stroke. Now, is this Dr. Bailey's house?
No, this is something trashed. It looks like it might be Aunt May's house after the flood.
Oh, is this the garage next to Aunt May's house with the apartment in it?
Yeah, I think it was. And everything's out to dry or has been pulled out to be thrown away or whatever.
That looks like Aunt Margaret McLaughlin.
No, it's Betty
Oh,
Conrad.
is that Betty? Oh, sorry, Betty. These are Vinny's children.
It's Michael with the seal tube.
It's Dorothy Ann going to show off some more. Oh, back at Lynch's.
Maybe we'll get some good footage of Sheila.
Sheila had some good footage. Some good footage of Joan. Not a bad spread with the tennis courts right next door to the pool. The golf course beyond that.
We used to take the car and drive around the golf course.
Was that permitted?
Oh, sure. We would never do anything like that without our parents' permission.
And complete permission from Merrill Lynch, Fenner, Smith, and Bean.
Well, the same thing that we'd expect of our children.
Oh, that's nice form, Dan. Do you notice the miraculous medal around Dan's neck? Do not miss that. The fact that it might choke him while he's swimming should have no bearing on the fact that he had to wear it.
I think it was a requirement to be in the water. You had to have your either a miraculous medal or a scapular.
Well, you were allowed to take the scapulars off because they were made of cloth and they got very wet. Oh, this is Dorothy Ann's birthday. This is definitely another James cake.
Great cake. Is that Joan?
I think that was Julie.
Julie?
Oh,
That's
no, that
Julie.
was Joan. Here's
Okay.
Julie and Michael.
And
Linda Javes. I think we all just did that, didn't we? That's the Allen kid, the
Oh, yeah.
the Surfs kid over there on the right.
yeah, Carl Allen's daughter. There we go. I'm beginning my long love affair with vehicles. That was Carl Allen's tractor. And I think I'm towing an old truck that I found in the weeds and spent a summer trying to get running. We eventually got it to go, and we used to just drive it around the fields for hours.
Who's your assistant there, Dan? It looks like it might be me. I can't believe that I actually participated in that kind of activity. Although, as I do recall, we used to get up very early in the morning to milk the cows and follow Carl out into the fields.
Yeah, I think it was pretty exciting. We had a little truck there that we just would pull up to the top of the hill and try to get it to run down the hill, pull it back up again, and just do that all day long. I was certainly excited.
This is someone arriving at the house in Greensburg. Do you know who these people are?
No, I don't. Looks like a Michigan license plate. Did we know anyone from Michigan?
Oh, is this Vinny and his wife Jean? But they weren't from Michigan.
No, and they never owned a Buick. See the rosary plate in front of the car? Or that was the shrine up at Seton Hill.
St. Philomena Shrine.
Yeah, she was later defrocked.
I think these are going back a little in years from. This is Fred and Honey, Uncle Walt, Aunt Henriette, Kathy, and it's probably Mary. Just got out of the picture there. They have probably come to Greensburg for Easter. There's Michael. Couldn't quite step over that bar in the middle. Mom's going to show off April Star.
Nice hat, Mom.
I think she got that from Uncle Bob. We must have all been in school, and the Brooklyn kids were out of school for vacation, so there are no car kids in this shot, just April Star car and Mom car.
They got to come down and watch her ride.
It's another Colt.
Was that a shot back to... that was Mrs. Paxton, wasn't it?
Either that or the woman who lived down there in the big house right next to this.
Yeah, that's right. It could have been her.
What was her name?
I don't either.
A guy named Reichert, or you know him, Dan.
Yeah, I remember him.
He used to have a nice Jeep or something.
Yeah, I remember that Jeep vaguely.
I don't remember her name. She looked a lot like Jenny Paxton, though.
There's a certain sameness to all those horsey women.
Look at that little lamb.
Look at that big, ugly dog. There's Fred. No, that can't be Fred. That must be one of the younger ones. I think Fred's a little bigger than that. Oh my gosh.
Was the lamb part of the farm motif down there?
Yeah, they had these little animals down there every once in a while. What was her name?
Well,
There's Fred. This is Michael's first communion. Michael was right up there in the head of the line, lined up according to height.
white came in a lot of colors. Here's Michael on the front walk. I guess that's after the festivities.
The driveway was paved on the car side of the house in the two strips.
Look at that, a two-handed wave. He was like an ambidextrous waver.
Well, Dad said do something. Over to Branhoover's. Branhoover's always had that cutout parking place that was a lot of fun to jump up and down on.
And a brand new Pontiac. And for many years, a brand new baby every year.
There's some sort of ceremony. I'm not real sure what it is.
This looks like the shrine up at Seton Hill, the St. Philomena. Yeah, that nun went for years trying to get her made into a saint.
Well, she was made into a saint, but not too much was known about her. But I think she has since lost her sainthood, as have most of the saints. From St. Philomena to St. Xavier Academy, where, somewhat out of sequence, we have Jones High School graduation in 1958. This is Jones High School class. The school provided each graduate with a dozen red roses. There's Joan. Dorothy Ann.
behind her.
There's Aunt May. Aunt Ann. Julie
Still-
without a head. I remember the dress. Julia there with the hat and the white shoes. This was in the grove outside the front of the school. Really a gorgeous school, beautiful setting.
Was I not included in the ceremonies?
Probably not, Dan. You were busy at St. Vincent. Whatever you did over there.
Making my reputation. Knowing St. Xavier's, they probably didn't allow men at the graduation ceremony. You're only permitted in at mixers, well supervised.
From Joan's graduation now to the farm. Look at that basket of corn, warm from the field.
It's deja vu.
Another year, another reunion.
Who was that?
I don't know. There's Shorty Conrad, I think, in the sailor hat. Dorothy Ann in another sailor hat. Julie. Aunt Henriette. With an arrangement of flowers. There's
The
the
washing machine with a ceremonial cover on it. Okay, moving on. Now we're back in Greensburg, and I think this is the famous round sled track that we built up as a toboggan run. It started out to deflect us from the poles and trees that had been put in our way, and it ended up as a full-scale toboggan run. A lot of fun.
Dan, this film was marked on the package in Mom's handwriting, 1959, so I'm assuming that is what year it was, so you were probably a senior in high school.
We were still too poor to have our own sled, so we had to group up.
Poor. There's Dan, the inventor of the run.
This was the knee style, you notice that I'm using.
You were just a junior in high school then, in '59.
Okay, there's little Michael, I think.
Is it?
No, it wasn't Michael because I tried to save him. Oops, you see?
Somebody just did a flying leap.
The more we used the track, the faster it became. We had to keep building up the banks because as we kept going down, we'd end up going over the edges.
You really iced it up, huh? I can remember coming home from school one day.
Okay, now here's my 4-room snow fort.
Anyhow, I came home from school one day dressed in my college school clothes and did a quick run down the sled. Run.
That was the 5-bedroom igloo.
Yeah, that was a major igloo.
Constructed in the front yard of the house.
See the door that goes into the back room? I think there was a bedroom and a full bath. That was the Fort Apache.
Attacking the people who lived in the igloo.
It was group sled.
Jeez.
I think it was Michael. We thought he was dead. He was living life on the edge.
There's Ruthie. This was really a great time. Look at that. Where's the little black dog? He would have enjoyed this.
We may have done something to keep him from being there.
Something like age. Oh, the snow has melted. This is a lot out of sequence. And for those of you who have not been paying attention all along, we're going to have a quick review. This is the house back to the very beginning.
And there will be a test after this, so pay attention.
The upstairs porch was just being put on. The shrubs have gotten small again. The house is still white.
I wonder if we'll be seeing any of the children at a younger age.
Yes, I do believe we will, Dan.
And I wonder who that might be.
Well, the first one is probably Julianne, since that's how it all started. That's nice. Was
I
Dad
wonder
taking,
when that might be.
Dad was taking pictures of the leaves lying on the ground.
I think they're flowers.
It's really exciting stuff.
I think that's Lalat Rollet again, and Elizabeth spitting all over the leaves. Or maybe that's me. That's me. I can tell because I'm not spitting. It's not Elizabeth, it's me.
And you had wiped up that spot on the road
Yes.
as you went by.
I always tried to keep things clean. I'm not sure what road that is. It's not 5 Point Road. But it might have been on one of our rides out into the country to see the fall foliage.
Haystacks. Is that what they are?
That's all corn stacked up. They used to do that with the corn stalks. Looked like a major Indian village.
I'm sure this is just the surrounding countryside around Greensburg. Oh, that is Dad's favorite maple tree. We always went to see that every year. We're back at the farm. Quick review of the farm, the old cars. Catherine Kushner.
The gate with the name.
Engraved in stone.
Very European there.
The spring house that is the only building still standing there today.
See the structure on the side of the spring house? That was the shower. And when you wanted to take a shower, early on in the day, you had to fill the buckets up at the top of the spring house.
But we never needed to because we always got to take our baths in galvanized tubs.
That's Kathy Kushner in the tub and Sal Kushner and Julie. And there's Joan as a baby. We took group baths too.
Who was that with the bottle of iodine? Guess they were waiting for me to come back with my knees all skinned up.
Well, this is before you, Dan. That's Joan, wrapped in a towel. There's Dottie Javes and Julie. This seems to be back in Hazleton. I can't believe that that's Julie so close to a dog.
The dog is probably saying the same thing.
Is that Grandpa Carr? This is Joan, probably about 6 months old. And here we move ahead rather quickly to Julie, Joan, and Kathy, it looks like.
This is behind the house with
It's Aunt Henriette with...
one of hers scratching her
She's
purse.
trying to figure someplace to hide the purse. I don't know. That could be Honey or possibly Fred.
Looks like Fred. It's an ugly kid.
It does look like Fred. Oh, out the front door. My goodness, we haven't seen this for a while. This looks like it was possibly Easter because we had our straw hats and Mary Jane's on.
I notice there's a lack of a brother there. What's the deal?
probably taking a nap, Dan. There you are. There you are, Dan.
No, I wasn't. I was in the back, trying to walk on the wall.
If you were not dressed properly, you were not allowed in the front yard.
There I was leaving home. There I was coming back home.
The rosary's over. Dan, you always did it the hard way. That was Fred. This is a birthday party complete with nuns. Oh, that's Dan in the sailor suit.
Here I am back in civilian life again, getting ready for. We don't know who that is.
Well, that is one of the Sims children from next door in Haley's house.
That was Vinny. That's Vinny off to the right.
No, I think that was Mr. Sims, but who's the guy in the army outfit? Was that Art Quinn?
It's a possibility. I still think that's Vinny in the gray.
Really? The Coneheads are back, in case you missed the Coneheads. It's definitely a warm-looking outfit.
Notice the left-handed shot there. Oh, great. You know, this is real even sides.
Adults against the children. Men against Coneheads. Looks like that path has been worn to a frazzle. Stocking up for later years, Dan? Aha. No wonder he can't pull it. The two sleds hooked together with 20 kids.
On grass.
Sim's trailer in the background.
Well, now we're going uphill with the same load.
Oh my gosh. And once again, out the front door. There's Dan. Close up. Joan. Mom. Were we all dressed up just to play in the snow? Or are we going on an excursion?
I'm not sure. It looks like something's afoot.
Oh, the little black dog.
Maybe that's what's afoot. Maybe we came out to celebrate the little black dog.
I don't remember that dog being in my life at all until I saw these movies.
We were definitely too dressed up just for sled riding. We probably were ready for some sort of an event.
I'm going to have a little fun before. Or maybe it was Sunday and we had to wear our dress-up snowsuits for play. Rather quick growing up scene here, Dan. Not big enough for those ski poles, however.
I think we all used the same equipment. Now, if you notice, I did not have any skis on yet. I was taking this thing slow. Did I? I thought I was learning to pole there, and I'd learn to ski later.
Oh, look, see the little tiny skis?
Yeah, I see them now.
Going up Haley's driveway. We should have sent this to Seven Springs, Dan, when you applied there to be a ski instructor.
There's Julie sweeping up around the snow person.
Before we gave the broom to the snow person to do it for himself. Run into the camera. Joan has attached herself to the snow person. Here comes somebody with some child-sized ski poles and man-sized skis. Is that Dan Conehead?
No, I think that was Joan Cone.
It's hard to tell.
Okay, inside for a quick change and let the snow melt, and I'm out the front door.
This is Julie's first communion. Dan had to get dressed up for the event. How many times will you come out the front door? There's Mary and Haley coming out our front door. Julie and Marion coming out the front door.
Combinations are endless. At least it seems that way. Dan going in the front door, to the front door, coming out with Dad. Coming back, picking up
Your toy.
a toy.
That's Ted Higgins coming out the front door. He apparently was cooking the communion breakfast.
Ted was an unusual person.
Ted probably still is an unusual person.
Julie and Dad. A rare kiss.
Dan pulling his toy through the peony bushes. What was that, Dan? I think Mom is standing behind the bush because she is pregnant with a child. Well, maybe not. Might be a little early for Dorothy Ann. Another fast growth scene from First Communion to probably age 13, 14.
Same front yard, same kids, another ceremony.
There's Dorothy Ann. Julie on the right, Joan on the left. Where's Brother Dan? In the backyard doing his garden. Oh, there's a Rusty dog. Mary and Haley.
There's Dan.
Dan and Rusty.
Dan and Rusty and Julie and Dorothy Ann.
On Haley's front walkway again. There's Ted Higgins and his wife Liz. They ended up having a whole slew of children
Seemed to be the style of the day.
for good Catholic families.
What were you doing there?
You can- From Mariette and Aunt Betty, and they were gone forever.
Okay.
Joan doing a little swirl, modeling the smock dress made by students in the smocking class at Seton Hill. Dorothy Ann modeling her rust color corduroy outfit.
He was quite a blonde kid. I didn't realize that any of us were that blonde.
Dorothy Ann had what Mom called strawberry blonde hair.
This doesn't look like one of us, is it?
Yeah, I think it's me.
Well, my case rests.
That's not our porch. I think that's Haley's porch. Oh, it must be. Haley's must have been away again for the weekend.
We looked at them not as neighbors, but as a movie set.
Yeah. Dad used to have to pay a small stipend for us to use their sidewalk to do some filming on. Moving ahead a number of years, this is Julie's high school graduation from St. Xavier. There's Michael and Shorty Conrad. I don't know who that is. Mary McCarthy. Right, Frank. Frank has now entered the scene so he can identify some of these people. There's Joan. There's Dan in his flat top haircut. Shorty and Michael dressed as clones.
I know everybody's on the edge of their seat waiting for Frank to walk into the picture.
You'll be here in a minute, Frank. As I recall, you were actually in this picture.
You come in late, but you stayed.
It's Dorothy Ann and Michael with Julie and Anita Pesavento, who was my best friend. And I do believe that is Frank. There is Frank. Headless, but that's how you start out in our family, Frank. No head.
Why should I be any different?
Right. There's Aunt May and Aunt Ann and Aunt Nora. They all attended the graduation festivities. Dad and Mom. And the graduate. Dorothy Ann. Dan and Frank. There's Aunt Ann, Michael, and Shorty. Now to Frank and Julie's wedding, starting a new generation of car kids, Ryan kids. This was at the reception at the Greensburg Country Club. The wedding had taken place at the Seton Hill Chapel.
Julie was particularly good at shoving cake down my throat.
Frank was rather good at kissing.
There's my dad.
I think the group is all assembling in the next room for some dancing.
To Clark Lemondola and his trio.
There's Joan dancing with Jeff. Dad dancing with Dottie Javes, I think. I guess they didn't let the bride and groom dance.
Look at Michael with his top hat on. We had canes and top hats, of course, for everyone.
Toward the end of that wedding, Michael needed the cane to hold himself up because he had gotten into the champagne punch by mistake.
Yes, I remember him telling Mom that he felt like a yo-yo. Michael was about 10 at this time. From the wedding to the new generation, this is Christopher Patrick Ryan, sitting on a tractor trying to take after his Uncle Dan.
The new generation of Ryan kids were taught at an early age to walk into the camera.
So with the youngest of the car kids and the oldest of the grandchildren, we wish you a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas from Janie.
And Uncle Dan.
And the to be continued is up to all of you with your own families. Merry Christmas. It's a wrap, Jim.
Well,